be fun. You know, I guess it's almost like two brothers going at it in the backyard. We're gonna expect to do well. We're gonna expect to compete, and we're both gonna expect to win.
Paul's one of my best friends, and you know, he's a great pitcher, so it's gonna be a good challenge.
We're friends, and we get to face each other. It should be fun.
Bucco fans marching on the North Shore with a purpose tonight, down General Robinson and into PNC Park as they get set for Game 2 of a 3-game series between the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Pittsburgh Pirates. Hi again, everybody, along with Steve Blass. I'm Tim Neverett. What a win last night, Steve. Coming back in the 8th inning, 15th time the Buccos have had a comeback win.
Yeah, that was fun because they were being dominated for most of the game by Daniel Hudson, but they got real busy in the bottom of the 8th.
It's our PNC achievement for the achiever in you. Garrett Jones lit the fuse.
Okay, and here comes Jose Tabata. He's going to get the Pirates within 1 run. The base hit ties it up by Josh Harrison. 2 batters later, Lyle Overbay runs the table. The 3-run double, and the Pirates come from behind. A huge win, dramatic win. Really a good feeling coming to the ballpark today.
Important to get that first win of the series. Tonight they'll try to get the second win of the series. An intriguing pitching matchup. As Paul Maholm said, it's like brother against brother. Paul Maholm facing his longtime teammate and very good friend, Zach Duke.
Yeah, it should be interesting as you take a look at Zach Duke, who was hurt in spring training. Very good first start, but last time out against the Nationals, he got knocked around a little bit.
So Zach Duke getting set to face Paul Maholm. And Maholm with 31 wins at PNC Park. Duke also with 31 wins at this ballpark.
Take a look at that number. Paul Maholm getting hurt a little bit when he throws fastballs when he's behind in the count. Got to keep an eye on that.
So it's Maholm and Duke. That's the pitching matchup tonight as the Pirates try to take Game 2 of this 3-game set. Come on through the turnstiles with us. Your ticket to Root is next. fun in the dugout prior to the first pitch. It's okay. Game 2 coming up between the Diamondbacks and the Pirates. And they are your 2 starting pitchers. Paul Maholm getting ready to deliver the first pitch of the ball game. And Zach Duke's already warmed up. He'll come on in the bottom of the first. Willie Bloomquist will face Paul Maholm. And we're underway with ball 1. Sweltering 88 degrees at game time.
It's down from about 93, 94 when I was coming into the ballpark.
Very steamy afternoon here in Pittsburgh. Strike 1 call. You like throwing on a hot night?
Yeah, I'd rather pitch when it's cold because the batters hate cold weather. But it's all right. Less warm-up pitches required. Less time between innings.
Right back to Maholm. And quickly one away. Let's take a look at the Diamondbacks lineup put out there by manager Kurt Gibson. We saw Bloomquist making out. Melvin Moore bats second, plays third base tonight. Then Upton, Young, Miranda had a 4-for-4 night for the first time in his career. Former Bucco Xavier Nady in left field. Henry Blanco behind the plate. Ryan Roberts is in center. And Zach Duke doing the pitching, batting ninth, facing Paul Maholm.
Paul making his 13th start of the year. Got knocked around last time out against the New York Mets. Kind of a bizarre start for Paul following that great shutout against the Cubs.
A different looking lineup tonight with Bloomquist, Mora, Nady, and Blanco in it. And Ryan Roberts moving from the leadoff spot down to the 8th spot. Mora didn't play in last night's game, a .248 hitter. And a 1-0 pitch from Paul. In for a strike. One ball and one strike to Melvin Moore. Paul Maholm, 28 years of age, lives in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. And the 1-1. And Moore lines this one down the left field line, and that'll be foul. Let's check out our Hyundai inside the pitch on Buck starter Paul Maholm.
Yeah, what's it going to be for the Pirate offense behind Paul? Make the runs count. 17 runs of support last 2 starts. A total of 13 his first 10 starts. Who's going to show up? Still snake bit. Career against Arizona 0-2. And it's been a long time, 4 years, more than 4 years ago since he faced the Snakes. And you know what you got to do? You always got to brick a snake. Got to make sure you finish him off.
Nobody likes those things. Trying to dispatch of the reptiles tonight. Here's the 2-2 on the way to Moore. Check swing roller. Foul. Melvin Moore batting with 1 out and nobody on. Count is even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes the 2-2. And Moore to right field. Will it hang up long enough? And Diaz with the catch. Outstanding defensive play by Matt Diaz. 2 down.
Leather between the grass and the baseball. Sinking line drive. Sometimes it doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to be good. Oh, the AGH cam right on it, as always. As always, early in the program.
You know, they say the real talent's in the truck, Steve.
Well, they've always said that.
Justin Upton batting with 2 outs and nobody on.
I mean, that camera is amazing. We're seeing things we've never seen in ball games before. It's just so great.
Remember last year at a golf tournament, Mayor Ravenstall came up to me, and when we first started using it, he said, "My favorite thing about the telecast, the AGH camera." He said that before he said hello.
I want to bring it out to our 4th of July picnic.
You sure
well, maybe
about
not.
You sure about that?
Maybe not. Yeah, we'll strike that.
1 ball and 1 strike. Thanks to our friends at Allegheny General Hospital Sports Medicine, the official medical providers of the Pittsburgh Pirates. 1-1. And Upton takes inside for ball 2, 2-1. Justin Upton had a double in the 7th inning last night, but he came up in the 9th inning facing Joel Hanrahan. And Hanrahan overmatched him and struck him out. Joel punched out 2, faced 3. Picked up his 15th save. And how the momentum of that game changed in the 8th inning after Chris Young hit a leadoff home run. It looked like he was giving the Arizona Diamondbacks some insurance. On the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, I got a little commentary about that when we get time, about taking pitchers out that are dominating games.
3-1 to Upton. Chopper foul, the count full, 3-2.
Quick commentary. Daniel Hudson is just dominating the Pirates. So he gets to a pitch count, they take him out. And I know why they do it. So they saved an arm and gave up the ball game. And I know that's the way things work now. But every once in a while it'll turn around to bite you. And it bit the Diamondbacks last night. Hudson was just rolling. Pirates were not coming close, really. He leaves, Pirates come back and win the game. It happens.
3-2, just missed. So a 2-out walk issue to Justin Upton.
Strike zone presented by Range Resources. We'll take a look at the payoff pitch, and it was a pitch that paid off for Upton.
So Upton
All four.
is at first base, and the batter will be Chris Young. Chris Young waiting at the plate with Upton at first, and Mulholland delivers strike one. Well, just a capper on your story. The Diamondbacks were playing the percentages last night. They were 24-0 when leading after 7 innings. Now they're 24-1. But yeah, Hudson had a good outing.
Oh, did he
and
ever?
he watched the self-destruction from the bench. As the Pirates ended up getting to David Hernandez in relief. Hernandez charged with the loss. Kirk Gibson back working after a 1-game suspension. Both he and Jim Riggleman, manager of the Nationals, suspended a game after a little beanball incident over the weekend. Alan Trammell was the interim skipper last night. He is the bench coach for the D-backs.
Yeah, he really had an opportunity to get thrown out of the ball game, did Alan Trammell, because the Pirates got the benefit of a very, very shaky call. He came out to argue. Of course, they had another guy in the wings. Don Baylor could have taken over, but Alan Trammell had a very good argument last night.
He and Lou Whitaker made a great combination for the Tigers. Trammell shortstop, Whitaker the second baseman for years. Young pops it up. Neil Walker back in the lineup tonight makes the catch. And then Paul Mulholland unscathed in the top of the first. Here comes Zach Duke to face the Pirates.
By Barrel Automotive. Barrel.com. Definitely worth the click. Let's go Bucks.
Take a look at our Barrel Automotive league leader stat. All-time win leaders at PNC Park. Paul Mulholland and Zach Duke tied at 31 apiece. Then Josh Fogg at 20. Ian Snell 19, Kip Wells 18. Barrel Automotive. Definitely worth the click at barrel.com. Somebody might have more wins than the other tonight.
Yep, something might have to give. Not necessarily. Zach back on this PNC mound. Zach, by the way, making his 162nd Major League start. His buddy Paul Mahalan making start number 171.
Here comes the 0-1 to Tabata. He'll take a strike. Well, Zach was very interesting to speak with. I spoke with him for quite a while yesterday, and became a father 4 months ago for the first time. He and his wife Kristen gave birth to their baby daughter Madison. And both Kristen and Madison are here. Got to see them last night after the game. And Zach's life's changed, he said.
Oh yeah, that'll do it. Some stats for Zach Duke. Because of that hand injury, just third start this year. First one very good. A lot of shutout innings. The next one not so good.
Tabata loops one into center field. That'll get down for a leadoff single. Well, the lineup starts out okay with Tabata on base. Let's take a look at the rest of it. Brought to you by Toyota. Josh Harrison coming to the plate now. McCutcheon in the third spot tonight after hitting cleanup last night. Walker after a night off back in there. Diaz in right. Snyder behind the plate. Overbay moves down a spot in the order. Ronnie Cedeno in the 8-hole. And Paul Mahalan pitching and batting ninth against Zach Duke. Here's Josh Harrison. He's opened up some eyes. Made a nice play with his legs last night when Xavier Paul tried to bunt him over, and Miguel Montero, the Arizona catcher, tried to gun him out on a force play at second base, but the speedy Harrison beat the throw and kept the inning with no outs.
And he was very much in the middle of that 8th inning. Speed beating the Rap at second base. Missed a couple bunt attempts, but got the redeemer with a base hit up the middle.
Throw to first base, and Jose Tabata jumps back.
So many similarities with these starting pitchers. Paul Mahalan 49 and 66. Zach Duke 46-71.
Harrison fouls this one back. Let's take a look at our AGH injury update brought to you by Allegheny General Hospital Sports Medicine. Not good news for Pedro Alvarez. He had to kind of shut down his rehab temporarily in extended spring training. Retweaked his right quad. So he was out playing defense in games. So right now, not playing in extended spring training games. And as of earlier today, no timetable yet for Pedro's return, which would mean perhaps extended playing time for that man right there.
Well, Harrison taking a look at Nick Leyva with more of the third baseman in close, just in case they're thinking about a bunt. A lot of bunting, a lot of running last night in the course of the ball game.
1-1 pitch, shot out of play down the right side. 1-2 now to Josh Harrison. Josh first came up, he was on the road, so the helmet that was the right size for him was here at PNC Park. He had to grab Evan Meeks. It was the same size. Figured Meek wasn't going to use it.
No.
So for the road trip, the remainder of it in New York, he had number 47 on the back of his helmet. 1-2. Well struck to left. Going back Nady.
Right in the sun. There's still a little bit of sun involved for the left fielder and center fielder. That'll be gone after this half inning.
The men behind Zach Duke tonight. Look in the outfield left to right. Nady, Young, and Upton in the outfield. Moore and Bloomquist on the left side. Roberts and Miranda on the right side. And Hank White, Henry Blanco is behind the plate catching Zach Duke. Former Bucco, Xavier Nady. And around a little bit. Been with the Cubs, the Yankees, Padres. Now with the Diamondbacks.
Still got that sun issue going on with the hat.
And
see that kind of little half moon that you've got involved. I love it when I draw. That'll be gone. Little slight breeze out to left field. Might be helping a borderline ball on the warning track.
Throw to first base and Tabata back. Andrew McCutchen had himself a pretty exciting batting practice today. I was watching him hit, and during one of his rounds, after hitting many home runs, see the Root Sports sign? He hit one off of that.
That's impressive.
I was over on the third base side of the press box watching him, and I'm thinking to myself, I've seen some balls go out pretty deep over that side of the field, but I'm wondering how far it's going to go, and it hit the Root Sports sign and bounced down into the deck. First time in his career last night he batted in the cleanup spot with Andrew McCutchen. Well, he'd like to get one out there right now, start things off right tonight.
I don't know if that's the left field loonies out there tonight in mass or not. It's their usual location.
Two balls, no strikes to McCutchen. Zach Duke ready to deliver the kick and the pitch. And this one down the right field side and out of play. That'll be strike one to Andrew. McCutchen starting to heat up. Last 6 games, he has gone 12 out of 24. That's a .500 average over his last half dozen games. And he's also reached base safely in 12 straight.
Not the left field loonies, but they will be out in mass. Good number of nights here at PNC Park.
It'll roll her down to third. That'll be foul.
You know, you got to go all the way back to 2005. That's when Zach Duke and Paul Mulholland made their major league debuts with the Pirates. Zach Duke, I mean, he was like a bright light in the sky. 8-2, like a 181 ERA. Paul was 3-1, so both of them are getting their feet wet and getting their feet wet successfully with the Pirates in 2005.
Mulholland knowing that can't worry about who's on the mound, whether he's one of your best friends or not. Got a pitch to win. And McCutchen to left field. That ball will drop in front of Nady. And Andrew McCutchen has now reached base safely in 13 straight games.
Just a little flare, the same kind of a program that Tabata had to lead off the bottom of the first inning. Nothing really stung against Zach Duke, but the Pirates have runners at first and second with one out.
See how rested Neil Walker is. Remember, the Pirates 2 days ago had a day off. And Neil was not in the starting lineup last night, although he did come in the 9th inning as a defensive replacement for Josh Harrison at second base. But Clint Hurdle trying to get his infielder 2 days in a row off. There's his father, Tom, former Major League pitcher, who is here with his mom, Carolyn, quite often to watch their son play.
Probably get a good price on tickets.
Think so. Walker takes the ball. Got about right-handed against the lefty Zach Duke. But Clint gave Ronnie Cedeno the game off before the day off, so we want to get a shortstop 2 days in a row of rest and a second baseman 2 days in a row of rest. Now they're both back in the lineup together tonight. McCutchen, or rather, Tabata takes off, and he is gunned down, and McCutchen stuck at first. Well, McCutchen's got to go, doesn't he?
I don't really know why Tabata went, to tell you the truth.
But the fact remains he went, but the other guy's got to follow. They can't throw to 2 bases at once.
Yep. That's usually the way you do it.
Tabata, more than likely, we can guess at this point, don't know for a fact, probably went on his own. And Walker up in the air to right field. Justin Upton will settle underneath it. This will do it for the inning. No runs, 2 hits, and 1 man left. No score at the end of 1. Game 2 of 3. Follow the Pirates with the MLB.com at Bat 11 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. Get live audio, pitch-by-pitch tracking, video highlights, and much more. Text at Bat to 31826 or visit Pirates.com for details. Finished off that hot dog pretty well. Juan Miranda, who tonight does indeed have the right to remain silent. He was 4 for 4 last night for the first time in his career, including a long home run to right field.
Read him his rights then. Tell him he's not allowed to do that. By the way, that bottom of the first inning off Zach Duke. Zach Duke gives up a lot of base hits. Take a look at his career numbers. So I don't know how many chances you want to take. You can go ahead and take them, but chances are you're going to get opportunities, perhaps without as much risk.
It is a chancy play. Maybe Tabata was going on his own. We'll find out later on, perhaps. But with a left-handed pitcher up on his back to you as a runner at second base, sometimes you feel you can get off a little farther. And Miranda takes ball 3, 3-0.
Yep. Regardless, he was out comfortably at third base. I mean, there was no contest. They were waiting for him with the ball.
But just surprised that McCutchen didn't budge from first base. Get himself into scoring position, get the force play off with 2 down. 3-0 delivery. And Miranda, green lighting, swinging and missing.
I guess based on last night's performance, let him swing the bat.
I think he was disappointed hitting the ball in the top rows up there. I think he wanted to hit it into the water. Former Yankee Juan Miranda, first baseman for the Diamondbacks, fills the count up at 3-2.
Well, the Pittsburgh Pirates sitting on the doorstep again of a 500 record.
Last time at 500 was on the 11th of May. 18-18.
.30 has a nice ring to me.
3-2 pitch coming to Miranda. And he goes down looking.
All the way back. Paul Mahan comes all the way back after being behind 3-0. And the gutsy call. You got to have confidence to throw that breaking ball 3-2. Now there's another example. We talked about fastballs behind in the count. You're behind in the count when it's 3-2. He didn't give in, and throw a fastball. He threw the hook, got the strikeout.
C.B. Buckner doesn't leave it to guess whether it's strike 3 or not. C.B. Buckner calling the balls and strikes. Jerry Meals at first base. Crew chief Dale Scott is at second, and Dan Isonia, last night's home plate umpire, is at third. 1-0 on the way to Nady. Foul back, 1-1.
The X-Man. Good guy. Good guy, Xavier Nady. Numbers for this season in 42 games.
Fouled it back. 1-2. Nady came out of the University of California. He was a Golden Bear. He was on the United States national team in 1996. This was with the Pirates. There's the current Pirates, Xavier Paul. So the X-Men cometh here tonight.
Yeah, more pronounced X with Nady. Xavier, he prefers, and my understanding that it's more to Xavier Paul's liking to be Z-Man. Xavier.
Strike 3 looking. X marks the spot for Paul Maholm, and he's got 2 strikeouts.
Strike zone presented by Range Resources shows that ball being right on the outside corner. Strike 3. Thank you very much. Lateral.
It's good form.
Yeah, tidy.
Little ground ball past the mound. Maholm lets it go. Cedeno's got it, and Blanco is out. 3 up and 3 down for the Diamondbacks after an inning and a half, no score.
Is sponsored by Toyota. Buy right the first time and save more. Visit your local Toyota dealer for details. And by AT&T. Let's go Bucks.
Zach Duke getting set to pitch here in the bottom of the second inning. He'll face Matt Diaz, Chris Snyder, and Lyle Overbay. Diaz lets that one go for ball 1. Matt with a very nice catch to retire Melvin Moore in the first inning. Sliding catch in right field on a sinking line drive. He takes low ball 2. Our key matchups of the day brought to you by Day Automotive. Diaz against Duke, 6 out of 14 with an RBI. And he goes to first base, and Miranda takes care of that one, 1 down. Coming into the game for Ronnie Cedeno, 8 out of 16, 2 runs banded in. Cedeno, 26 at bats, 8 hits. Not too bad, 308. So those two guys hoping to have big nights against Zach Duke. Here's Chris Snyder, who yesterday said something kind of funny to Zach when I was sitting with him in the first base dugout. They both wear number 19. And Snyder wore 19 as a Diamondback, and he was over by the batting cage, and he saw Zach sitting on the bench with me, and he said, "Hey, Zach, they gave you my number. I thought the Diamondbacks were going to retire it."
That's like Bob Uecker in his Hall of Fame acceptance speech said, "I thought I was going to go in as a player."
Don't mean any disrespect to Chris Snyder, but retiring the number?
Maybe not. Maybe they'll hold off on that a bit.
2-0. That's up in the air to right field near the line. Long run for Justin Upton. He's going to watch it bounce. Came down in play and bounced out of play. Paul Maholm wears your number 28, Steve. Who was the first guy to get it after you?
I think we picked up Sandy Koufax. He asked for it.
Oh, no.
No, Bill Robinson.
Bill Robinson?
Yep. Part of the '79 championship team. Wore it well. There were a few hits left in that number, so he did well with it.
When the construction's over with, I think we should name Route 28 after you. What do you think?
Yeah, let's hold off on that one, too, because it may never end out there.
No?
The construction.
Well, I'm talking just the construction part. We'll just name that after you.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah. I'd get booed again.
3-1 pitch. And Snyder, that's passed through the fair ball. Snyder heading around first base. He's going to have to chug this second. The throw is going to beat him there, and he is out. He tried to hook his leg over the slide of the second baseman, Ryan Roberts. But Chris Snyder, admittedly not a speed merchant, can't get the double.
That was unfair. Watching Chris go around first base, I wanted to say, don't do it. Don't do it. Not close at second base. Here he comes.
Watch his leg steer.
He's trying to get it in gear, trying to kick that ball away, is he?
He's just trying to step over the tag.
No matter what he does there, even if they would miss the tag completely, they're going to call you out most of the time because you are there very late. So basically, the Pirates have run into a couple outs.
Chris Snyder grimacing. He may be a little bit sore. Saw athletic trainer Brad Henderson come right over to him when he sat down. Overbay goes to the left center field gap and deep. And Lyle Overbay picks up where he left off. A double for Lyle Overbay.
Well, he has been a doubles machine all his career, but he keeps his good hitting going against left-hand pitchers. The double, no surprise, Overbay has got a zillion of them, but the great work against left-hand deliveries, well, that's starting to get a little impressive.
A milestone double for Lyle Overbay, his 300th.
It's a bunch.
It's a lot of doubles. Good to see his bat heating up as the temperature goes up. Cedeno will take low.
And Dusty Brown, I think, will take over for Chris Snyder, doing some stretching, and he wouldn't be doing that unless he's going in the ballgame. Got the shin guards on already. And would they work around Cedeno so Zach Duke could face his buddy head to head?
No. Number out in front. Duke will field it and throws out Cedeno. He takes care of that. So that will do it as the Buccos go down after a couple of hits. On to the third, still scoreless.
Turned an ankle, maybe pulled a muscle. Out at second base and now out of the ball game.
Just came in with a strange slide, a bit awkward. He tried to go over the glove, but Roberts got him on the back of the leg, and in the dugout, I wonder if he's feeling uncomfortable.
Slid under that left leg coming in. It seemed to be under the body, and there's a lot of body to be under.
Second baseman Roberts leads off. Top of the third inning. Ryan Domet still with his foot in the boot. Dusty Brown thrust into action. Now the emergency backup is Matt Diaz, who is in right field.
And after that
would be Steve Pearce, but he's also wearing a boot and he's on the disabled list.
This would be Neil Walker.
After that would be the Pittsburgh Kid. And Glenn Hurdle and I discussed that the other day. And he said, yeah, he would be the guy in that pecking order, but he said, let's hope it doesn't get to that. Prefer Neil to be right where he is. And Diaz too,
especially on a hot day. Yeah.
Right. 2-1. This one is up in the air to Matt Diaz. We'll take care of it for the first out.
You're talking about Paul Maholm making his 13th start as you take a look at Matt Diaz out in right field. Very bizarre start for Paul last time out. He was handed a 7-0 lead against the Mets, and it looked like he was going to be cruising with a lot of offensive support after getting 10 runs against the Cubs, but didn't work out that way. The Mets wound up winning that ball game 9-8. It was an ugly, ugly finish for the Pirates.
Well, this is a moment Zach Duke's been waiting for. He wanted to find out what it was like on the other side to see Maholm pitch. His only hit was a home run in Houston against the Astros, his first career home run.
It was a 3-run shot.
Hit it into the Crawford boxes, which are not very far away. But
don't tell Zach that.
No, I did tell him. He said, well, it was opposite field. So, yeah, I said, yeah, you get extra points for that. Good credit for the opposite field home run.
Meanwhile, Paul went deep, legitimate deep at Citi Field in New York.
He did.
Got to give Paul the edge there.
Well, Maholm texted Duke right after his home run and had a little fun with him about it. 1-2, and Duke swings and strikes out. 2 down. Go back and take a look at what Zach Duke did, his first career home run. May 28th. Minute Maid Park, right into the front row. They all count.
Indeed.
So far, that's his only hit of the season.
By the way, Paul Maholm is getting his share of strikeouts this year. He's up the numbers. Coming into the game, 76 innings, 50 strikeouts. He's added 3 more tonight. Well, getting his share and then some.
Yeah, his strikeout numbers are up. Blomquist tapped out to Paul to start the game. Now he's behind 0-2.
I'm convinced that part of that, not all of it, but a part of it is the fact that against right-hand batters, he is coming inside with that cutter or whatever he's using to keep them honest. So he's getting some call third strikes on that outside corner because he's established himself inside. So he can go out there and get some call third strikes.
0-2, Blomquist to right center. There's McCutcheon. 7 straight sat down in order by Paul Maholm. No score here at PNC Park. No score, bottom of the third. Left-hander Zach Duke.
Turnabout here.
Yep, he'll get to face Paul Maholm. Maholm, last time out, had a 2-for-3 game at the plate, a multi-hit game, his first one of the year.
Last start?
Last start.
Well, let's get him an offer here because he lost that game. Or the Pirates lost the game. We're going to compare home runs. You saw the shot that Zach Duke hit. And we're going to set this up for you that Paul Maholm apparently has a lot more power than Zach Duke.
Pulls it to the right side to Miranda. And there's one down.
Let's see if we've got that visual evidence. You saw the short home run by Zach. Not even a big swing.
This one sprouted wings.
That one. That left a vapor trail.
That's legit right there. That's a bomb.
Yeah. Big bad buckos in their black shirts coming into New York and doing that thing.
Well, Paul is out. And Jose Tabata had a base hit. He was up there. I want to say hello to all the sixth graders today that I saw at Eden Hall Upper Elementary School. Went there to visit with them. Had a couple of assemblies there today. And they're all getting ready to move on to the seventh grade. So I want to say hello to a good group of kids.
Had to be in a good frame of mind. What, 3 or 4 more days of school?
One more.
One more.
Yeah. Graduation tomorrow. Top it up the middle. He's 2 for 2.
Remember when it used to think that we used to think that summer vacation lasted forever? Now we know it's just 2 months.
It's just 2 months, is right.
3 months.
Well, let's look at this one from the AGH cam. Right past the pitcher. Ball used the pitcher's mound as a ramp and then jumped into center field. Jose, that pad on. Brace that thumb for when he slides. Josh Harrison with 1 out. Takes ball 1. Harrison flied to Nady in left field in the first inning. See a lot of guys wearing things on their wrist and hands.
Don't wear that
when they slide and use their hand. They don't want to jam thumb any worse, or a wrist.
Now, does he do something with the bat too? Because you can take.
Yeah, he doesn't wear it when he hits.
I think that might bother the thumb.
2-0 the count to Harrison. $3-0. Henry Blanco will go have a word with Zach Duke. You know, Henry Blanco, one of the few remaining players John Wehner played with. Former teammate.
That's going back a ways.
He's getting up there, you know.
Oh, that's going way back.
There's still a few guys. Levon Hernandez is one, and there's a couple hanging around.
Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah.
Tommy Jefferson playing for the Virginia Cavaliers. 5 hits now early, given up by Zach Duke. That's kind of been the MO for Zach. He's won his share of ball games, that is for sure. But the hits, they'll come.
Top it off of first base. 1 man out. And throw to first.
I don't know if it was toward the end of last year or the year before when Zach Duke had a brilliant game. It was a shutout, a low hit shutout, and was removed from the game in the 9th inning, I think with 1 out to go.
It was the last home game of the season in 2009, and it was against the Dodgers.
Yeah. Brilliant game he pitched.
There goes Tabata, and this one fouled off. Tabata had a good jump that time.
And we saw some special games pitched by Zach Duke.
And Zach Duke was not very happy about being taken out, but the way that he is, he never publicly griped about it.
Yeah, he took the high road for sure.
But perhaps his best game was opening day of 2009 against the Houston Astros, a complete game shutout. Might have been the high mark or the highlight game of his career. Three and two to Josh Harrison. Payoff pitch from Duke. There goes Tabata, swinging a ground ball through the hole on the left side of base hit. Tabata's going to turn head for third. And the Buccos with runners at the corners and one out. A piece of base running there and a nice hit for Josh Harrison. He's 1 for 2.
Again, in the middle of things. And they're going to have to keep an eye on him at first base. Tabata comfortably able to get into third base after making the turn. Off to the races on the delivery. And Pirates set up shop.
Harrison gets his lead. They'll have to watch the move from the crafty lefty. McCutchen up in the air, deep to left. Nady underneath it. He will make the grab. Tabata will score easily, and the Pirates with a 1-0 lead. Jose comes across, and the Buccos up 1-0. An RBI for Andrew McCutchen, his 32nd. Make that his 33rd run batted in.
Pirates on the board. Andrew got it fairly good, but we know what Andrew is capable, especially when you're talking about that Root Sports sign out in left field. You know how deep he can go.
Hit that thing today. I was amazed. We've seen some balls hit up, in
that neighborhood.
Yeah. Up in the rotunda. And actually, Chris Snyder last year hit one about 0.8 of the way up the foul pole, hit the pole in a game late in the season, and that certainly would have gone that distance at least. A 1-0 pitch coming from Duke to Neil Walker. Takes a strike, 1-1.
Third start for Zach, as we said. He's not giving up a home run. You don't expect him to give up too many long balls. Throws a lot of sinking fastballs. I believe he did have a 25 home run season last year and 29 starts with the Bucks.
Two and one to Walker. The school I went to today was in the Pine Ridge School District, and they all
they know about this guy.
They know about this guy. They all want to talk about him. Two-one pitch, and Walker up in the air to right, fairly deep. This one carrying, and Upton on the track makes the catch. And Walker 0 for 2, but the Buccos get a run on 2 hits, and after 3 full, lead the Diamondbacks 1-0. AT&T mobility. Kirk Gibson hit his first career grand slam after 203 career home runs, the 5th longest stretch in history. Who had the longest stretch? Think about that one. We'll give you the answer next half inning. Kirk Gibson, one of the most famous home runs in World Series history. Dennis Eckersley while he was a Dodger. Melvin Moore, the hitter, and this one is in for a strike.
But not the most famous. Not the most.
Not the most famous. No, that happened right here in this town. Phil Mazeroski.
By the way, while we're discussing all this, Mr. Mahalam is trucking right along, not having given up anything other than that free pass.
Well,
except
he has
hitting
hit Melvin Moore.
Better there. Right on cue.
Did you do that, Steve? Did you jinx him?
I didn't do it, but it was in tandem. Got a piece of that jersey.
Well, if it didn't, he sold it pretty well. So Mahalam, the hit batsman, Moore at first base, and Justin Upton at the plate. He was the recipient of the walk in the first inning.
This is the second base runner for the Diamondbacks.
One ball, no strikes.
Going to be kind of fun to revisit Mr. Karsten's work against the Diamondbacks tomorrow night. I'm sure we'll have some video of his special game against Randy Johnson, the big unit.
Oh, you mean when he went 2 for 3 against Johnson at the plate?
Yeah, that's right. When he got a couple knocks in that game. His second Pirate start.
Or taking a perfect game late in the ball game. Well, one or the other.
Yeah.
That was his night.
Or both, yeah.
Josh Colmenter, the youngster, taking on Jeff Karstens. That'll be tomorrow night.
What a night. What a day. What an afternoon that was. I remember coming in from the yard and watching the last part of that ball game. Perfect game through 7 for Jeff against Randy Johnson, the big unit, when the unit was in his prime.
There you go. Knows his first base umpire, Jerry Meals. 3 balls and no strikes to Justin Upton. Pirates a 1-0 lead. Jose Tabata scoring from third base on a McCutchen sacrifice fly to deep left.
Ball was 3-0 on Miranda and struck him out.
And this one hit to deep left field, but right at Tabata. He'll make the grab.
Another green light situation. Interesting that Kirk Gibson will turn these guys loose, figuring they're going to get a fat fastball to hit. The ball was hit hard. Strike zone presented by Range Resources. Right there and right at Jose.
Yeah, right in the wheelhouse. And Upton did not get it all, but he hit a sharp line drive right at Tabata.
Well, that's a break. You know, you first of all, you're concerned about walking the batter, and then you throw one for a strike to get back in the count, and he just turns the bat loose, and you get an out of it.
Chris Young popped out to Neil Walker at second base in his first at bat.
As Alec Baldwin, you say good thoughts. Think good thoughts. Good thoughts.
You don't suppose he still says that?
Probably.
Or maybe he gave it up, but maybe you're right, being in the past tense. Throw to first.
Well, Paul's got to keep an eye on these Diamondbacks because they wanted to run all over the place last night. They were a running bunch of snakes.
And now with backup catcher Dusty Brown, they probably want to test him. Chris Snyder shut down the running game with his arm last night. There's Matt Williams, third base coach. Got an experienced staff for sure. This one going to get down in front of Tabata. He'll play it on the hop. A base hit for Chris Young. That's the first hit of the game for the Diamondbacks, and it comes in the top of the 4th. Fans, we want you to like us on Facebook at Root Sports Pit, and you can stay connected with all of our local teams and other passionate fans just like yourself. Let's go Bucks.
Chris Snyder left the game, lower back pain.
Not good news. That was something that had sidelined him in spring training. He did have some back issues. Juan Miranda, Cuban defector, takes a breaking ball for a strike. Now a citizen of the Dominican Republic. In 2004, He defected from Cuba to the Dominican and established residency there in 2005 and was given citizenship a year later. Just missed outside. He had spent a long time in Cuba playing on the national team and playing in the Cuban League. He was a former teammate of Jose Contreras, along with Yuniesky Betancourt, Kendry Morales. Swing and a miss.
Pitch from Paul Mahalan. Cutter or something getting out on that outside corner. Well done to get out in front 1-2.
Ball and 2 strikes to Miranda. He's got something in common with Pirates bullpen coach Euclides Rojas, also defected from Cuba.
Just off the outside corner. Well, just a little bit more than I thought, perhaps. Always wanting to get the call.
There is
Yuki.
Yuki. He defected on a raft, by the way, from Cuba. This one's popped up and might be playable for Lyle Overbay. And he makes the catch. None of the runners able to move up.
Ball had enough spin to come back into play comfortably. Ball with a chance to get out of this now. Hey, well, we have a chance. Happy birthday to Joe Bilodeau. Does a lot of the marketing, promotional item stuff for the Pirates, and also handles all of our alumni functions and assignments and appearances and activities. Joe, thank you for what you do for the Pittsburgh Pirates and us old timers on the alumni side.
Strike is called an 80.
Joe does a great job, and he enjoys being around the alumni guys. We have a lot of fun.
Well, you see him a lot in January at fantasy camp.
We do, and we see him during the course of the year. All the charity appearances, all the alumni guys do all over the city. We're very, very proud of that involvement.
0-1, that's fouled back, and of course he was a big part of putting together the 71 reunion celebration that's coming up later this month when the Orioles are here.
Absolutely, yep. June 20, 21, and 22. Come on out and catch up with some of your old buccos. We'll be out on the field trying to look skinny. A few of us going to run a hairpiece or two.
Yeah, well, good luck with that.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. We'll have a good time.
0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Diamondbacks strand 2. And Nady goes down swinging.
Ball hit to right center field, away back, and this one going. Kirk Gibson.
April 20th, 1992. Kirk Gibson, first career Grand Slam, comes against the Montreal Expos. And our AT&T trivia question tonight came after 203 career home runs, the 5th longest stretch in history before getting a Grand Slam. Who had the longest stretch?
I'm guessing Mario Mendoza.
And Matt Diaz bangs a single to start the inning off. He's going to take a big turnaround first. Chris Young mishandled it for a moment in center field. Let's see. Sammy Sosa. 246 home runs before he got his first career Grand Slam. He happened to hit it against the Arizona Diamondbacks by coincidence. Dusty Brown up there for the first time tonight, takes over for Chris Snyder. Snyder left after the second inning with lower back pain after an awkward slide into second base, trying to stretch his base hit into a double. He was thrown out by Xavier Nady. Brown takes ball 2. Now you would think that the Pirates would run on Nady. I know last year with the Cubs that was the standing order when he was playing right field and splitting time with Kosuke Fukudome. He had the arm trouble and in a power throwing position in the outfield and right field, so a lot of teams were taking bases on him as a result. But in left field, a little bit different throwing situation, and he ended up with an outfield assist on the Snyder base hit. If that ball misses that area that juts out toward the foul line in the stands, if it misses that and goes into the corner, that's an easy double. But if it does hit that, there's a chance it'll bounce out to the left fielder, which it did. And that spelled trouble for Snyder.
Especially if the left fielder makes the correct decision.
A line drive right at Miranda with Diaz off, and that's a double play. So quickly 2 down.
Yeah, that previous play you're talking about, it's up to the left fielder to have a good, quick decision whether he thinks it's going to hit against that fence. Here's the double play. That's very easy, 3 unassisted. But the left fielder's got to make a decision whether that ball is going to go down in the corner or not. Once he makes that decision and the ball stays in left field in front of him, then he's got a chance to make the play.
While Overbay is swing and a miss. I don't know if you saw that gate that's down there. We had a ball the other day that went under that. First time. Overbay with a gap double to left center, his 300th career double last time up. And last night in the 8th inning, his 299th career double. Emptied the bases. And it's so nice to watch Andrew McCutchen score from first base standing up on a double without a throw.
It was so nice to see and not all that unusual.
Well, hits Overbay, got him on the right hand. This is certainly something the Diamondbacks are familiar with from Sunday with the Nationals. The hit batsman. Got him on the hand. And the D-backs had a bit of a beanball war on Sunday with Washington. Esmerling Vasquez of the Diamondbacks, who did pitch in last night's game, has been suspended 3 games. He's appealing it, so he's able to play during the appeal process. Jason Marquis of the Nationals also suspended, but he is appealing as well.
Why not, if you suspend somebody, have them come to the commissioner's office the next day? Why not get on the other side of that nonsense? They stretch it out. They reduce suspension days. I mean, it's like a joke, really.
You see the price of fuel these days, Steve? It's not easy to get there.
Have you seen the average major league salary?
They can afford it. So Daniel watches that one outside. 2 balls and a strike to Ronnie. Two outs, Overbay at first. 1-0 Pirate lead. And the pitch. Cedeno slaps it foul and out of play.
You almost got a typical Zach Duke game going. He's already given up 7 hits. The Pirates have had a lot of base runners, but he's only given up 1 run. He's kept his team in the ball game, only given up 1. So he's going into his work here in the 4th inning with nothing out of hand, working in and around base runners as he's done most of his career. But pitching well because he's only given up 1 run.
Cedeno trying to get something going. Last night he did have something going. He went 2 out of 4. Came up with an RBI single in the first, or rather in the 2nd inning. That was his first at bat. Then doubled in the 5th. And he lifts this one up in the air, deep to left center field. This ball carrying well, and this one is going to drop in and bounce over the bullpen wall. Oh, the Diamondbacks will catch a break. That ball would have scored Overbay easily, but he's got to go back to 3rd.
And how that ball did carry. Ronnie got a lot more of it than I thought he did when the ball left the bat. Breaking ball. There's a little bit of a carrying breeze, but he got that one better than I thought.
That's a pretty high wall there in front of the bullpen. So that ball just leapfrogs it.
Two outs, yeah.
He's running.
Eyes on his horse. Okay, Paul Mulholland, find a way to put the ball in play.
Ball takes a strike. Well, a game of inches when it comes to that outfield wall. That's not the wall you expect the ball to bounce over. Mulholland to the right side. Ryan Roberts will throw him out, and the Pirates will strand 2. Had a run. Could have been on the board, but wasn't. 2 hits in the inning. 1-0 Pirates after 4. And the Nationals in Arizona. Jason Worth gets plunked. Warnings are issued to both benches at that time. And now Michael Morse got nipped. And Jason Marquis. That one got away, he says. Hits Upton. And then Vasquez plunks Danny Espinosa. And now Espinosa not happy. Vasquez thrown out. So Kirk Gibson suspended, fined an undisclosed amount, served his suspension last night. Alan Trammell, the bench coach, served as the acting manager in last night's Diamondback loss to the Pirates. 1-0, top of the 5th. Steve Blass, Tim Everett here, PNC Park. He wants a Bucco win. Henry Blanco, catcher, takes a ball.
Paul Mulholland nicely moving along. A little snag in the top of the 4th, but unscathed. Another 0 up. not facing the Diamondbacks since 2007. 0-2 in his 4 career starts against the D-backs.
Deuces a swinging strike to Blanco, the 39-year-old Venezuelan, born in Caracas.
You can imagine that there's not many Diamondbacks from that 2007 team that Paul's going to be seeing here tonight.
Well, 1-2. One guy on this field has got a lot of team-issued gear is Henry Blanco. A lot of suitcases. Dodgers, Rockies, Brewers, Braves, Twins, Cubs, Padres, and Mets. These guys like Blanco that know everybody in the game.
Yeah, you will see that in some catchers because sometimes a guy that maybe doesn't play every day is a valuable guy to have in reserve. When your number 1 guy needs a day off or gets hurt for a period of time, a dependable backup catcher, you can stay around the big leagues for a long time. Especially if he doesn't make a lot of noise about, well, I want to play more, I need to play more. And you're a backup catcher, you keep your mouth shut, you can have a very rewarding career.
High on the 2-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
All with 4 strikeouts, he's walked a batter, hit a batter, and 1 base hit.
A 3-2 pitch from Paul Maholm. That's fouled a long way out of play. Blanco with the Mets last year. This is his 4th team in the last 4 seasons. 2008 he was with the Cubs. And Paul loses him and leadoff walk. So for the 2nd straight inning, the leadoff man is aboard for the Diamondbacks. If you've got a question for us, now is the time to ask it. So grab your cell phone and text the keyword booth followed by your question and name to 412-412. We may answer that question on the air. We'll ask Steve the question of the game following the 7th inning stretch. Again, text us at 412-412. Ryan Roberts takes a strike.
Key man for Paul because he doesn't want to lose him. That brings up Zach Duke with nobody out and 2 men on in a bunting situation. So here's when you want to establish yourself, at least get 1 out, so that if Zach Duke bunts successfully, it creates a 2nd out, even though he might move a man along. You can live with that. You don't want him bunting with men on 1st and 2nd and nobody out.
1-1 now to Ryan Roberts.
And Paul grabbing at that baseball. He wanted to get that change up over. There's a point in the game where you might want to introduce maybe your 3rd best pitch or get something that they haven't seen a good bit. My goodness, what is that painted on his neck?
It's called a tattoo.
A creature landed on his neck. I don't know what that's all about.
1-1. And this one is belted out of play down the left side. Well, when John Roush was here as a pitcher, John now with
the tall guy,
Toronto, I believe. Yeah, he has a tattoo in the same place. I might be the other side of the neck, but they both have. I
thought something had come loose in the carotid artery. Now, how's that going to look when he's 80 years old? I'm not sure about all this.
Maybe a little bigger and wrinklier. 2 fouled away.
Roberts way out in front of the last 2 or 3 pitches. That's a lot of ink.
Seemed like a good idea at the time.
That's more ink than some of the guys I played with got in the newspaper.
Paul delivers 1-2. Roberts takes low. Blocked by Brown. It's kind of a big deal in sports these days. You see a lot more athletes than you ever did. I think it kind of started with the NBA. NFL got into it. More baseball guys were doing it.
Well, the NBA guys, I mean, that is completely over the top.
This one hit well to left field. Going back, Jose Tabata. He's at the track, makes the catch. Roberts gave it a ride, but the ballpark held it. And Jose tracking that one down, one away.
Paul has been the beneficiary of some line drives right at Pirate defenders. Has made a good play. This ball well hit, but Jose Tabata appeared to have it measured, brings it down, and that puts Zach Duke into a bunting situation, but a successful bunt would be the second out of the inning.
And Duke will put the ball down in fair territory. Brown up with it, takes the out at first base with Overbay covering.
Dusty had the option there, perhaps letting that ball roll, and it might have rolled in foul territory, but you know what? You take the out when you got it. If you're not sure, take the out. This ball started getting on the dirt. I don't know if it's going to roll foul or not. But yeah, that was a 50-50 shot. Take the out. Zach Duke throughout his career has been a very good bunter, moving runners along. It's been a strong part of the other areas of his game beside pitching.
He hasn't been a bad hitter. In fact, he's been called upon at times to be a pinch hitter. Willie Bloomquist, the leadoff man, 0 for 2. He fouls it away. He's been a pinch runner at times when the former manager John Russell didn't want to burn a position player. And Zach Duke's turn in the rotation was such where he could use him. He would put him out there to run the bases, send him up to pinch hit, send him up to bunt.
Not much wiggle room for Paul Maholm tonight. Just one run to work with so far.
Maholm ahead of Bloomquist now.
That was the case for Paul in his first 10 starts. Just 13 runs scored for him. And then they had a couple of bust-out games, the 10-0 shutout against the Cubs, and then 7 while he was in the game against the Mets. But back to the early season stuff. Just one to work with so far, and here we are in the 5th inning.
And 1 run on 8 hits. They've had multiple hits in every inning. This one down the right side. That'll go into the seats. Yeah, 2 hits in the first, second, third, and fourth. And some base running situations where the Pirates were taking some chances in the first inning. Tabata tried to steal third with 1 out. Didn't get a great jump and was thrown out easily. Snyder tried to stretch a single to a double. He was thrown out at second base. And Matt Diaz was moving on a possible hit and run. Dusty Brown trying to go to right field, lined it to first into a double play.
Close.
Those were some of the issues, and the only inning they didn't have a base running issue was the inning they scored their lone run. That was the 3rd.
He was just a victim of the fickle finger of fate. You take off and the ball's lined to the first baseman. You can't do anything about it. Not so much a mistake, it's just bad luck.
1-2 low. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Bloomquist. Bloomquist started the night hitting .270, dipped down 5 to .265. He's got Henry Blanco, the tying run at second base. Maholm's 2-2 to Bloomquist. Missed upstairs, full count. Paul summons Dusty Brown as Henry Blanco waits at second base. Pirates coming from behind, winning last night 8-5, taking game 1. And when they have won the first game of a series, which has been 11 times, they have won 10 of those series. For another series win. Buccos 12-15 at home. The record starting to climb up toward even. 29-30 overall to start the night.
Yep, can't get much closer.
And a little number towards second base. Charging is Walker. He will throw out the speedy Bloomquist. And the tying run stranded for the Diamondbacks. Halfway home, 1-0 Bucks. Names picked up in the player draft, first-year player draft. Trevor Gretzky, son of Wayne, the great one, going to the Cubs. Dwight Smith's son going to the Blue Jays. Sean Dunston, now a legacy. Sean Dunston Jr. with the Cubs. Dante Bichette Jr. going to the Yankees. Brandon Bonilla going to the Colorado Rockies. And Sid Bream's son, Tyler, drafted by the Diamondbacks. And Mike Scioscia, manager of the Angels, his son Matt, picked up as well.
And congratulations to Justin Bianco out in South Hills, Peters Township, drafted high by the Diamondbacks in the 3rd round. Congratulations, Justin. Good luck to you, man.
Good to see the local kids getting drafted. We'll roll her down to third base. That'll go foul. Jose Tabata is 2 for 2 tonight. He scored the only run of the game. Now, Kyle Goodell, we understand, is much taller than Eddie Goodell.
Yeah, everybody is.
Kyle's what, 6'4"? Eddie was 3 feet 7. And do you think Trent Boris will have an agent? Think he'll have some representation?
I think he can get a decent contract.
Yeah, Brewers got him. And Brian Harper, brother of Bryce Harper, to the Nationals.
Bryce Harper.
Package deal.
Bryce Harper's going to have an interesting debut when he's not in the big leagues yet, is he?
No.
That incident happened in the minor leagues.
He's still in an A ball.
He hit a home run and blew a kiss to the pitcher as he rounded third base.
Yeah, I guess the backstory is he was hit the game before, and then he blasted one about a mile, and then was a spectator walking down to first base, which you don't do. That's inviting trouble. And then as he took his Cadillac trot, he stared at the pitcher, and as he came around third base, he didn't use his hands to blow a kiss. He just made the gesture with his mouth, a kissy face, I guess, if you will, to the pitcher. Tala down to short. Willie Bloomquist flips on to first. A very close play. Tala thought he beat it. He hustled down the line.
Well, this day and age of social media, every National League pitcher, every Major League pitcher should have a little thing in their file about Mr. Harper running out his home run. Got him. Once again, umpires shown to be correct.
Down by a whisker. Bloomquist, he'll make a note. Throw the ball over there harder next time.
Release it quicker. Do something.
Josh Harrison takes a strike.
Jerry Meals right on the case at first base. First base umpire. Jerry's been around a while.
Harrison's buddies call him J-Hay. And Jason Hayward of the Phillies laid claim to that already, though. He's the J-Hay kid. But he's on the disabled list, so I guess Josh Harrison can borrow it while Hayward's not playing.
There's only one Hay kid, and he was Say Hay.
Willie Mays.
One of the best of all time. Some people think he might have been the best. Remember Jose Pagan, who passed away earlier this week, and they acknowledged him with a moment of silence last night. Jose Pagan played on a team with Willie Mays and then played on a team with Roberto Clemente, and he was always asked who he thought was the best.
Harrison blasts one to left field, but there is Xavier Nady. And the X-Man makes the catch. We're going to get our text the booth question into the game a little earlier than we normally do. And Dave sends us this text. Steve, what is your fondest memory of Jose Pagan?
Well, the obvious one, maybe happiest one. Fondest one is a different category. Happiest one when he drove in Willie Stargell with a winning run in the '71 World Series. Hit a double. Willie was off of the pitch and scored the second run. Fondest was all the days in the clubhouse when he was just a great teammate to be around, always upbeat, always walking around and say, anybody scared tonight? Anybody don't want to play? And Pagan, well, we'll get a break there.
Well, Bloomquist realizing he needed to release it pretty quick with McCutchen, and that pulled Miranda off the bag, so McCutchen aboard with 2 out.
They'll charge the error on the throw, obviously. He would have had him. Watch it again. But Pagan was always a very positive part of the Pirate clubhouse those years that he was with the Bucks, and part of our '71 championship team. Jose, we miss you, buddy. And his exchanges with Roberto Clemente, because they knew each other so very well, were classic. Just a good guy, Jose Pagan.
Neil Walker has flied to right field deep twice.
Go around the clubhouse. If you're playing second base, you scared tonight? You okay? You want to play? You want to go through with this? Look you right in the eye. Was kidding around, but there was a little message, and he'd holler all over the clubhouse. Good man to have. Positive influence for the Pittsburgh Pirates, Jose Pagan.
Good to have a guy like that, willing to challenge you in a good way.
Oh yeah, because there was so much open communication in that clubhouse. I mean, guys screaming at each other, but once you went out that door, out on the field, pretty cohesive unit, pretty good talent spread around the field when you left the clubhouse.
1-1 to Neil Walker.
Would Andrew McCutchen try to guess that Zach Duke has committed to go to home plate and take off?
We'll see. McCutchen with 11 stolen bases. A decent lead at first. And Walker gets this one into the glove of Bloomquist, and McCutchen is out. Willie Bloomquist, one side of the rainbow to the other this inning. And that ends it.
Real nice play, but I was wondering if Roberts was going to stay connected with second base on this little flip. Great play. Great play. Looking clean.
Yeah.
Styling.
All they're missing is the mint julep.
Get those dental shirts on.
Melvin Mora will take a strike from Paul Mulholland. 1-0 Pirates, top of the sixth. With Steve Blast, Tim Everett. Glad you're watching Pirates baseball with us tonight.
Well, no wiggle room, Paul. You got to do it and do it till you can't do it anymore. You only got one run to work with. Paul Mulholland looking for career win number 50, by the way, sitting on that 49 mark. 2 milestones along the way.
One to Mora. Down to third. And Harrison throws him out. Nice and easy. 1 down. Pirates take on the Mets this Friday. 7:05 the first pitch. It's a free shirt Friday, says Neil Walker. All fans through the gates get a Pirates t-shirt courtesy of Bob Evans. Come to Federal Street pregame and enjoy live local music and festivities during the Barrow Kia Block Party. For tickets, visit pirates.com/free shirt Friday.
Thanks, Bob. Stop and see Bob every once in a while weekends out in the South Hills. He cooks a mean breakfast.
How much bacon do you get?
As much as I can. As much as I can. And sausage and ham. You're going to do it.
You eat everything. I mean, you eat whatever you want.
That's what you're in there for.
I mean, you put on a show when we eat together before the games. It's great. Up in the air to left center field. And that is Jose Tabata to retire Upton.
Paul Maholm pitching a whale of a ball game. One hitter as he's got 2 outs here in the 6th inning. He has been absolutely terrific. What a bounce back from that with that that gut shot in New York against the Mets when it looked like the game was in hand and it got taken away. Those games happen. They're never fun, but they happen. And a great start to follow up that tough one for Paul. And by the way, toe-to-toe with Mr. Zach Duke.
Yeah.
He hasn't given much up either. We've got a whole lot of pitching going on tonight.
Chris Young takes strike 1. Young had a base hit. He's got the only Diamondbacks hit. That was in the 4th inning. He went 1 for 4 last night with a solo homer in the 8th.
And speaking of home runs, Mr. Alex Rodriguez hit number 624 tonight. But the Yankees are taking it on the chin from the Red Sox in the 5th. They're down 6 runs.
7-1 the score there. Should Boston win, they would take over sole possession of the American League East.
They're coming to town.
For now.
They are coming to town.
They'll be here at the end of the month.
Yep, they follow the Baltimore Orioles in. So 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Let me see if my estimates are right. Yes, 24, 25, 26. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That is going to be a wild weekend. Red Sox always create a lot of energy.
You think the Phillies weekend was wild? This one could be even more wild.
It'll be busy. It'll be fun.
Young steps out of the box.
I hope you're a part of it.
He waits the 3-1 pitch. Chris Young takes inside ball 4 and a 2-out walk is issued. The Root Sports Watch coming up. See the 8th. We're right in the middle of the Arizona series. One more with the Diamondbacks tomorrow. Then the Mets are here for a wraparound weekend series. Pirates out on the road to meet the Houston Astros for the first time in Houston this year. Cleveland after that, then the American League for the rest of the month.
A whole lot of interleague action.
And heading to Cleveland and Toronto, going to be kind of a different deal because the Pirates will have to use a designated hitter. Will they make a roster move of some sort, or who will be the DH? That's something that'll be answered a little later on.
You get the man in motion. Josh Harrison moving over to play in between Cedeno and Walker. Who's on first?
Juan Miranda fouls it back. Well, normally what we've seen, Steve, is we've seen the third baseman, if it's Brandon Wood, just move over to short and Cedeno move to second because Cedeno's comfortable there. But what Clint Hurdle wants to do in this situation is put Josh Harrison over on the other side of Cedeno because he's not comfortable at shortstop. But he is at second. He plays second and third. So they'll get him in the middle of this shift.
I think I can follow you. I'm my own grandpa.
You got it?
I think so.
I don't know.
Somewhat
third base.
Third base, yeah. Somewhat unconventional.
You'll start to see more shifts out of the Pirates. They worked pretty well against the Phillies. And basically the information you get today with the computerized spray charts, you see a guy only hits the opposite field 2% of the time, well, they're going to shift and make you play, make you hit into it, or make you try to go the other way. I saw a situation with Philadelphia here with Shane Victorino on third base, and still one of the great mysteries of the world was why Victorino didn't come down the baseline and force the Pirates with Ryan Howard at the plate to get out of the shift. He'd been hitting into the shift all weekend, and Victorino just stayed about 6 feet from third base, didn't move. As a base runner, you'd figure he would come down that line and force the Pirates out of the shift. And I talked to Clint about that yesterday, and he kind of smiled and said, I don't know why he didn't come down. He said, we were going to stay in the shift until they made us get out of it, but they never made us get out of it.
And also the other side of the coin, if you force a guy to get out of his normal style of hitting, you got a little bit of an edge. So you put the shift on and he wants to go the other way. Well, that's not his style. So that might give you a little edge.
1-2-1, Miranda. Ball's pitch. Popped him up. And Cedeno calls for it. That takes care of the Diamondbacks.
Hot pitcher, hot night. Paul Mulholland, 1 hit, a lot of zeros through 6 innings. The Pirates lead it 1-2-0.
Charities for a live auction this Friday night at 6:30. Bid on great items like a Pirates road trip to Chicago to see the Bucs take on the Cubs in September. Visit rootsports.com today for a complete list of auction items. And the broadcast will be done from the Trib Total Media Hall of Fame Club. That's where our Lacey Collins is tonight. Lacey?
Well, Tim, I'm just putting the finishing touches, although it's not till Friday. But as you mentioned, there'll be so many things that you can bid money on to auction for. One of my favorites is actually the concert package. You can see several of the concerts that'll be here. I think Neil Walker actually might fight you for that. He's looking forward to the Huey Lewis and also Steve Miller Band later this year. And after spending time with Clint Hurdle and the rest of the coaching staff at the softball clinic this weekend, the private clinic with Hurdle and the staff, I think would be so much fun. And it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and you can get that this Friday in the Root Sports auction. Guys?
Lots of stuff, good stuff to bid on during the auction.
Thank you.
And I think that the Chicago road trip's pretty good. I agree with Lacey, though, the Clint Hurdle Clinic. We get to visit with Clint every day, but if you haven't had a chance to visit with him, he's so energetic and very entertaining. And you really will learn something for sure. After Matt Diaz flies out deep to center field, Dusty Brown up. He lined out to first base, turned into a double play after Diaz base hit in the fourth. 1-0 pitch to Brown from Duke. Strike on the corner, 1-1.
Well, we're kind of playing around a good bit with this matchup with Zach Duke and Paul Mulholland, but they have been very serious. They're not playing around at all. 1-0 ball game. Both these left-handers dealing.
Turned into a very legitimate matchup. Again, Duke broke his hand, broke 2 bones in his left pitching hand on the 12th of March in a spring training game. He was hit by a line drive comebacker. And Brown up in the air to left center. Chris Young retires him, 2 down. And so he did not start the season with the rest of his Diamondback teammates, his new teammates. So this is just his 3rd start of the season after coming back from breaking 2 bones in his left hand.
Pitch count for Zach Duke. Paul Mulholland has thrown 94, so These guys continue to be like bookends with some total numbers, some career numbers, some work tonight, number of starts career-wise, number of wins, not much difference. Paul has 49, Zach has 46.
Chris Resop is now loosening up in the Pirate bullpen. 0-1 pitch. And Overbay pops it up back at the plate. That'll go into the seats.
On a hot night, you never know what is going on in a dugout. People might say, well, Paul Maholm's pitching a one-hit shutout. Is it possible he might be done for the evening? Well, it is possible. He might come out. I don't know the answer to that, but there is dialogue many times. And you see him talking to Ray Searage, and I know from experience, I've pitched on hot nights like this. You come in and say, I'm okay, but keep an eye on me, or I've had enough. And sometimes a pitcher will have that dialogue with a manager or a coach. So stay tuned.
3 up, 3 down for the Buccos. We're on to the 7th at PNC Park. Taking a look at the scores, brought to you by the Meadows Racetrack and Casino. Giants beat Washington earlier today. Rockies and San Diego tied at 3. And the Phillies got on the board against the Dodgers.
Wow, what a finish by Cheese Chester to win it under the call from Alex Moser. He used to do a lot of work in-game entertainment up on the big board. Great work. He has changed locations. He's now representing Mr. Nutting and the organization up at Seven Springs, doing a great job. Good to see Alex back at the ballpark.
Alex does a great job at Seven Springs.
Sure does. Yeah.
Great year-round resort, not just for skiing. Lots of stuff to do up there year-round. The American League, Toronto beats Kansas City, are beating them in the top of the 3rd. Later, the Angels and the Rays. Paul Maholm has an early night.
Did great work. 6 shutout innings, giving up 1 hit. It was a single by Chris Young, clean, and now Chris Resop. So what would you expect the script to be now? Resop, Veras, and Hanrahan in a perfect world?
You think so?
Well, you've got to grind out 9 outs with no wiggle room. It's a 1-run baseball game. No room for error, and you got the challenge right out in front of you.
Xavier Nady, who has struck out twice. Maholm got him looking in the 2nd inning, swinging in the 4th.
1 hit given up by Paulie, walked 3 and struck out 4. Giving those 2 against the X-Man.
Well, the Pirate bullpen called upon to bear down on the Diamondbacks.
And now the Diamondbacks will have to kind of reset their hitting approach to not only a right-hander as opposed to a lefty, but also a lot more speed from Chris Resop.
Resop
Came into the ball game at the right time last night. He picked up the win to go to 2-1.
Well, it's interesting because last night, as we said, Daniel Hudson dominating, just getting the Pirates out, inning after inning, and they took him out, and it cost him. And we hope that that does not happen tonight for Paul Mulholland.
I saw Aaron Heilman warming up. He's had to tough it out lately. The Diamondbacks bullpen's been fairly good. Last night certainly ran into a roadblock. And Nady's got the collar now as he struck out 3 times.
Take a look at Paul Mulholland's night, and it was excellent. 6 shutout innings for Paul, giving up just 1 hit. Yep. Gets the job done in the first inning. Still a lot of sunshine. Call 3rd strike. Another call 3rd strike. Strikeout number 3 and strikeout number 4. I think Paul did a great job mixing up all his pitches. He had the breaking ball going. I didn't see a lot of changeups, the pure changeup, but I saw him with the off-speed pitch with the curveball and an effective fastball. But I think Paul did a lot of pitching tonight.
0-1 to Blanco. From the air to center field, and a can of corn for Andrew McCutcheon. 2 down. Yeah, curveball to lefties from Mulholland. I mean, Miranda was, I think, a bit surprised, especially when he started out 3-0 at his at bat in the 2nd inning. After the night he had last night, going 4 out of 4, Miranda comes up, gets the green light 3-0, works himself into a full count, and then Paul struck him out looking with a backdoor curve.
Well, on a hot night, too, you want help like that. He had 2 3-0 counts, got outs out of both of them.
Right. Actually, it was a front door curve, not a backdoor curve, but he got him with the breaking ball. Ryan Roberts 0 for 2. Fly to right, lined out deep to left. The 0-1 pitch. Now it's 0-2.
And Chris Rysop coming in like Hanrahan came in last night. Dealing 94 miles an hour.
That's okay.
Joe just locked him up last night with that slider. He threw a bunch of sliders, and that's almost unfair with the fastball he's got, because you got to get that swing started so early. The slider, and you're locked up.
0-2 came after him and blew it by him at 95. 2 punch outs for Chris Rysop in a solid top of the 7th inning. It is stretch time at PNC Park. Pirates with a 1-0 lead, and we will take you out to the ball game. Take you all around PNC Park.
Now to stand, follow the bouncing Eaton Park Smiley Cookie, and join everyone watching at home on Root Sports as we sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
After 6.5, it's a 1-0 Pirate lead over the Arizona Diamondbacks. One nothing Pirates. Buccos out hitting the Snakes 8-1. This is game 2 of the 3-game series. Pirates winning last night and leading here late in the ball game tonight. Cedeno leads off. Xavier Paul is in the on-deck circle. With a bad ninth. To right field. Justin Upton with the first out. Chris Resop pretty tough at the top of the 7th.
Thank you very much. Come on, give me 3 outs. And there's the last one as he dispatched the Diamondbacks 1, 2, 3 with a couple power strikeouts. Very, very efficient work on top of the 7th.
Jose Veras would come in the 8th inning. Now, Xavier Paul was in the on-deck circle, a left-handed hitter. So what Clint Hurdle was doing there was trying to disguise what he really wanted to do. Now, Brandon Wood will be the pinch hitter, and he is a right-handed hitter. Jose Tabata on deck.
And you might wonder, well, Resop was so effective, will you consider putting him in the 8th inning? Well, there's a reason you have those guys out there for specific roles, and most major league managers are willing to do what they think is right, and if it doesn't work, they'll take the heat, but they have to make the decision before the fact, not after. And they have to do what they think is right, and they have guys out there for specific purposes. That's the way the game works these days, and so that's why you're not going to see Chris Resop go back out, even though he was dominant. He did his job, and we'll go to Veras.
Wood grounds out back to Duke, 2 down.
Zach Duke. Talk about Paul Maholm not getting much offensive support. Zach pitching a terrific ball game. He's got 1 hit of support and no runs.
Zach Duke, 6 2/3, just the 1 earned run. Struck out 1, giving up 8 hits. Jose Tabata has a quarter of those hits. And he's got more than that now. A 3-hit night for Tabata. 3 out of 4 for the Pirate leadoff man. He is starting to heat up.
Nothing spectacular. Just hits it right on the button. Stays away from the infielders. And he's got his 3rd nine. By the way, as you take a look at Tabata at first base, Zach Duke, the first 2 starts, the first start against Houston where he hit the home run was 7 shutout innings with just 3 hits given up. So this being his 3rd start, he has been very, very good 2 out of the 3.
And according to Elias Sports Bureau, he's one of 2 players since 1900 to throw 7 or more scoreless innings and hit a home run in his first game for a new team after accomplishing the feat on the 28th of May.
On a Tuesday night with the temperature at 74 degrees.
Details. Rockies' Jason Jennings did it on the 23rd of August 2001 against the Mets in a 10-0 win. This one to right field, and Justin Upton waits for it. And quickly the inning comes to an end. So we are heading to inning number 8. Pirates a 1-0 lead.
Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go Bucks.
Right-hander Jose Veras comes on for the Pirates in the top half of the 8th inning, trying to protect a 1-0 lead. And both pitchers tonight that started the ball game, Paul Mulholland, who has since left after giving up just 1 hit. Zach Duke giving up 9 hits, but only 1 run.
Now Paul Mulholland has a chance to take the lead between the two of them. Wins at PNC Park. He's still eligible for the win. Zach Duke on the hook at this point. Well, Veras comes on to work in the 8th inning. Brandon Wood will take over at third base as the Pirates now looking for 6 outs.
Veras inserted into the second spot of the batting order, part of the double switch.
And the operative numbers there: 24 2/3 innings, 33 strikeouts. And, the more I watch Jose Veras, the more I think that the curveball is a very critical pitch for him. And he's got that hook going. It seems like he gets rolling pretty well.
So with Duke's spot leading off, he's done for the night. Here's Kelly Johnson. Johnson homered in his first plate appearance in this series with 1 out in the first inning in last night's game. He has 12 home runs. He also had a 2-run single in last night's game, went 2 for 5 with 3 runs batted in. The pinch hitting 0 for 5, and he's whiffed twice. 1-0 pitch coming from Jose Veras. Big man delivers. 2-0.
So Zach Duke, 7 innings, a run on 9 hits. I don't think he walked a batter. He hit Lyle Overbay and just 1 strikeout. Zach Duke doing a whole lot of pitching tonight.
Veras looking for a strike on the 2-0. Doesn't get it.
Why am I saying that he cannot pick up a win? He could if the Diamondbacks did some scoring here. And pinch hit for. Yep, he's still in the mix.
The Diamondbacks would have to take a lead here for Duke to be eligible for a win.
And we could get off the hook with a run.
Mulholland can win it. He can't lose it. And Jose Veras walks the leadoff man and the tying run. That's trouble. That could be trouble. Pirates, when leading after 7 innings this year, 21-3.
Now does Bloomquist bunt the ball? And he's got great speed. If he does bunt the ball, you make sure you do everything right to get the out that they're willing to give you. Brandon Wood, the new third baseman, already in. Right, even with the grass, a step in from the baseline between second and third.
Veras will take a look at what Kelly Johnson is doing. Jose was on the mound in New York the last time Paul Mulholland left a game with a lead. We know what happened there. We certainly do not want to repeat. Bloomquist, nice bunt. So there's 1 out, and the tying run moves into scoring position on the sacrifice bunt from Willie Bloomquist.
Well, Paul Mulholland had a few situations where he had a runner in scoring position or a couple runners on and was able to work in and around that, continue putting the zeros up, and once more a challenge here in the 8th inning. With the runner at second base and 1 out.
Stephen Drew, who started at shortstop last night, who's the brother of J.D. Drew. He is coming on the pinch hit here. As Kirk Gibson will now go to his all left-handed hitting bench. With all right-handers in the lineup against Paul Mulholland. Now he's got a stable full of left-handed hitters. Johnson 1. He's got Drew up there now. Still has Gerardo Parra and Sean Burrows, as well as backup catcher Miguel Montero, who we probably won't see hit. Time tonight for the Home Depot doing more on defense. We have to go back to the first inning when Melvin Moore was at the plate. A sinking line drive. Here's Matt Diaz. nifty backhanded play. And he retired Melvin Mora. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
In a strategy session at the mound, perhaps Ray Searage bringing out a scouting report about Drew for his pitcher, catcher, and infielders to be aware of. Drew can be had. He's struck out 42 times and almost 200 at bats. So I mean, it's he's not one of those big time strikeout candidates, but you can get him.
Drew has faced Veras one time in his career, and Jose struck him out. And he starts him with a strike.
And there's that breaking ball we were talking about.
Double barrel action. Daniel McCutchen and the lefty Tony Watson, who was recently called up from AAA Indianapolis, has yet to make his major league debut. He warmed up in last night's game and didn't get in. Drew fouls it off. That'll be strike two. Jose Veras getting ahead of the pinch hitter Stephen Drew.
And if Tony Watson comes into this ball game, that's stepping right into the frying pan.
I asked Clint yesterday how he planned on using him. He said the game dictates it. He said we're not going to force him. You're not going to force him in there. Not going to think of okay, let's use him here. It's just a matter of how the game goes.
I think if you had your druthers, you'd want it to be somewhat comfortable, but sometimes you don't have that option.
0-2 pitch coming to Drew. Wait and look the runner back to second base. Kelly Johnson back on the bag.
Well, you have the option here. You have the luxury 0-2 of trying to get him to chase something outside the strike zone and to go fishing. Tony.
Veras 0-2. Off speed and fouled off. Came in with a curveball. Drew adjusted and got a piece of it. Diamondbacks only trip in here to Pittsburgh this year. Pirates will go on to Phoenix in early August and return the visit. There's a line drive to left center field, and this ball game is going to be tied up. The bullpen has blown the lead here tonight, and it's a 1-1 game.
Well, it's a turnaround. It happened to the Diamondbacks last night. It hasn't been a fatal situation for the Pirates to this point. But we got a brand new ball game in the 8th inning.
It comes back to that leadoff walk, Steve. Those things really hurt.
They do.
Spells trouble, and the man who was walked to lead off the inning ends up coming around to tie the ball game in a game in which runs are golden.
And that came on an 0-2 pitch.
Veras, who has been, for the most part, so very good. 2 performances ago, his worst of the season in New York against the Mets, and the Mets came back. Second largest comeback in a single game in Mets franchise history. And here tonight, Veras gives up the lead.
Now Zach Duke can win it, cannot lose it.
And Justin Upton is hit. And that hurts. And that puts the go-ahead run in scoring position. And Jose Veras may be on a short leash. Ooh, right between the shoulder blades.
Right. Yep, maybe on that shoulder blade.
And Clint Hurdle's coming to get him. Clint Hurdle's going to the bullpen.
Veras goes a third of an inning.
So Jose Veras doesn't get it done. He gives up the lead.
You know, he was pretty shocked at first, but I think once it set in, he was pretty excited, and it's a pretty cool moment for the both of us.
Will he be able to come here tonight?
He actually is driving through. He drove through the night with my sister, so they'll be here by game time.
How long is the drive?
I think they said it was about 15 hours, so they knocked it out. So it was pretty cool for them.
Members of Tony Watson's family driving 15 straight hours from Des Moines, Iowa to see this man make his major league debut. Left-handed pitcher Tony Watson.
Well, he jumped right in the hot water, too, as a chance to take a look at the numbers for Tony Watson. ERA of under 2.5. 29 innings, 29 strikeouts, and he is in the soup. So you talk about a little baptism under fire.
Well, the runs on base belong to Jose Veras.
And they also belong to Zach Duke, by the way. What a turnaround. Perhaps we're looking at happening here in the 8th inning.
Well, we'll see how the adrenaline takes over for Tony Watson. His first major league pitch, it's going to come to Chris Young with 1 out in the top of the 8th of a 1-1 game. 2 Diamondbacks on base. The first pitch is up high at 91.
Yep, that was a 91-mile-an-hour adrenaline delivery.
And umpire C.B. Buckner delivered the ball to a bat boy. That'll be kept for Tony Watson.
First major league pitch.
1 ball and no strikes to Chris Young. Young got the first hit of the game. It was in the 4th inning. And he pops it up. Is it going to make the seats? Yes,
yep.
It will. Dusty Brown came over and gave it a look.
It's funny how sometimes that spin will take it further into the seating area. Sometimes the spin will kind of banana and come back and stay in play after it's almost over some seats. Enough spin to get back to the catcher. That one just kept on heading into the seating area.
These 2 Indianapolis Indians reunited here in the big leagues. Dusty Brown behind the plate and Tony Watson on the hill.
So he throws a strike to get back even.
Strike call. Watson was born in Sioux City, Iowa. Just turned 26 on the 30th of May. Now lives in Omaha, Nebraska. 6'4" and 220. 9th round selection in 2007. 1-2 to Chris Young. And Watson's pitch. Inside, just missed.
So he comes back with 94 miles an hour after the 84-mile-an-hour delivery. So we see the heat.
Nice to have a lefty who can throw in the mid-90s.
Nice to be able to throw 94 miles an hour if you're throwing upside down.
Runners off first and second, the 2-2. That's low. Count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, you get the feeling that Tony Watson's going to be throwing a fastball here. His first major league appearance. I don't know if he'd take a risk of throwing a breaking ball. If he did, he'd probably lock Chris Young up. But does he take the risk? Is the fastball his #1 pitch?
Go ahead run at second. The 3-2 coming from Watson to Chris Young, and he will step off and look Johnson back to the bat. Inside move to second base. Watson recalled Tuesday from Indy. Converted to a reliever last year. Had been a starter prior to that. And the payoff pitch. And Young pops it up and out of play.
Yep. Goes to the fastball. Not surprising.
Well, last year Watson had 47 relief appearances. He threw 93 innings. Gave up 21 earned runs in 93 innings.
That's not what you call a specialist, that one-on-one situation. He was out there for a while. Been around, 26 years old.
look Johnson back again. Pirates and Diamondbacks locked up in a tight one here in the top of the 8th inning, 1-1. Pirates with 9 hits, the Diamondbacks with just 2. Stephen Drew, a pinch hit single, drove in a tying run. Swing and a miss. And there's a Sioux City strikeout for Tony Watson. Let's check in with Lacey. She had a chance to visit with Tony.
I talked to Tony about getting to see his dad and sister yesterday, and I said, when's the last time you saw him? And he goes, actually, my dad was in Indy this past weekend, but he never threw a pitch. Now, it's really cool that he got in tonight because his brother, or his sister and his dad's got to head back to Des Moines, Iowa tonight, overnight, but all worth it to see him make his Major League debut. Guys?
That's only 15 hours.
Hey, I know a lot of dads that would do that, and tip of the cap to
see what
Tony's
they just
dad.
saw.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep.
If we can get him, it'd be even better here. Juan Miranda takes strike 1. Left on left matchup here with 2 down. There's Clint Hurdle showing some confidence in the youngster, allowing him to make his Major League debut.
Yeah, some
with
managers
the game
say,
on the line.
Yeah, hey, let's find out. Let's find out what we got.
Called a high leverage situation. Miranda's 0 for 3. He wants time.
The story of this would be get another out and then pick up a run. First appearance, get him a Major League win.
And Miranda's hit better against lefties. However, that's by average only. He's had fewer at bats against lefties than against righties. Trying to get him with a breaking pitch. 1-1 to Juan Miranda.
One of the great things about throwing 93 or 94 miles an hour, you can get away with some mistakes. Guys that, and they can throw it right down the middle. Guys that throw 86, 87 down the middle, they can't get away with as many.
1-1 fouled off. That's strike 2. While in Indianapolis, he had opposition hitters to 179 average. Left-handers hit 156 off of him. Right-handers 189.
Well, he's got a little wiggle room here out in front 1 and 2. Would we see that big breaking ball outside like you see from so many left-handers? He's averaging a strikeout per inning at Indianapolis. Let's see where Dusty Brown sets up.
Stephen Drew, the runner at second base. He represents the go-ahead run. Justin Upton, who was hit by a pitch behind him. Kelly Johnson walked to lead off the inning. Barris walked in. He came around on Drew's pinch hit single. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Big pitch coming up for Tony Watson.
If he's setting up outside, it could be either pitch. If he's setting up inside, it could only be the fastball. Let's watch the Pirate catcher.
Well, he's off first and second. Stretch.
Mounts it away. Fastball down and away. Reason being, you don't try to throw curveballs inside from a left-hand pitcher to a left-hand batter. So if he sets up in there, he wants heat. Now, if he sets up outside like he just did, you could see either the fastball or the breaking ball. Goes through the signs, multiple signs of the man on second. Still wants it down and away.
Juan Miranda wouldn't go fishing for that one. Now back in a full count situation.
And now back in a situation where, well, maybe he's got a little more confidence and might have the intestinal fortitude to try another breaking ball, or because first appearance and 93 or 94 miles an hour, would he go with the heat? Here we go. 3-2, 2 outs. They're going to start the carnival here.
26-year-old Tony Watson. Big pitch. And he got him. Tony Watson in his Major League debut strands the go-ahead run at second base and punches out 2 Diamondbacks.
Huh. Welcome to the big leagues, Tony Watson. Welcome to the big leagues.
Showtime for Watson. Big strikeout.
Iron City Music presents Sky Blast, featuring Huey Lewis in the News, live in concert Saturday after the Pirates battle the Mets at 7:05. Don't miss these American pop icons performing all of their biggest hits, including Hip to Be Square and Power of Love, while Zambelli fireworks light up the sky. Tickets are going fast. To get yours, go to Pirates.com today. Sky Blast on Saturday, presented by Iron City Music.
Yeah, a whole bunch of changes for the Diamondbacks. Kelly Johnson stays in the ballgame to play second. We got a new pitcher, Aaron Heilman. You see him in the picture there. Also have a new third baseman, Ryan Roberts, moves over from second to third, and Stephen Drew in the ballgame at shortstop.
Buccos looking for a run, hoping they get some eighth-inning magic again after Jose Veras gave up the run in the top of the inning to tie the game. ERA of 8.84 for Aaron Heilman. McCutchen will take low. Kutch tonight has an RBI, his 33rd of the year. Drove in Tabata for a sacrifice fly to left field in the third inning. And a base hit to go along with that.
3-1. Now, it's interesting because the Diamondbacks defensively playing deep, trying to prevent the double. But if Andrew McCutchen dumps a ball in, it's going to be double anyway. So the possibilities still exist for Andrew. They're in a tough spot. They got to play deep, got to spread it out. But a little flare could burn them the other way. Might be short enough to still give him two.
And he belts this one. Oh, what a diving stop by Stephen Drew. Highway robbery right off the bench and into the fire. Stephen Drew takes a hit away from Andrew McCutchen.
Reminding me of the play Chase Utley made, I think, Sunday afternoon against the Pirates. This ball was blistered. AGH camera catching a spectacular reaction play. And that one was even better than it looked when we slowed it down. Flagged it down. Big time play late in the ball game with the ball game on the line.
Neil Walker rips this one. Oh, another diving stab.
That's enough.
This time Juan Miranda. Can you believe that?
Stop it. Just simply stop it. 2 bullets.
Back-to-back diving stabs by the Diamondbacks.
Miranda guarding the line, playing no doubles, sitting on the chalk almost, and just full extension. Just as good as Stephen Drew.
Pirate bats snake bitten so far this inning. Matt Diaz trying to change it.
I don't think Aaron Heilman was getting those kind of plays behind him for a while because that ERA was that high, but he's gotten them tonight.
Two balls, no strikes.
Time for Matt to run into one, isn't it?
And Diaz still searching for that first home run. They've been elusive for him. Two and one now.
Looking for the fastball, didn't get it from the veteran. Six home runs given up by Aaron.
Long-time New York Met. Last year with the Cubs. Now Diaz down to his last strike in the at-bat. Joel Hanrahan up. The Diamondbacks with a lonely run in the 8th inning have tied this game. 1 run on 9 hits for the Pirates. 1 run on 2 hits for Arizona. 2-2. 3-2. Buccos looking for a base runner. Rusty Brown is on deck. And a man aboard. Heilman issues the 2-out walk.
3 steals for Matt Diaz. Not much happening.
If you're thinking about pinch runner for Diaz, he runs okay, but he's also the only emergency catcher around, so
yeah,
you may want to keep him in the game.
Yeah, 2 outs. He's not even in scoring position, so I don't think it's a factor at this point.
Pitch outside to Brown. One ball and no strikes to Dusty. He came in the top of the 3rd inning after Chris Snyder left with lower back pain, after Snyder tried to stretch a single to a double and was thrown out at second base, and an awkward slide made him grimace, and he experienced some lower back pain as a result. Left the ball game, so Brown is in. Aaron Heilman, 32 years old, originally from Logansport, Indiana, now makes his home in Chicago. Way high, 2-1. Time for a big hit for Dusty.
They find a corner. They're bunched in the outfield and deep.
3-1. And now Henry Blanco will go pay Aaron Heilman a visit. If you were not with us at the beginning of the ball game, this is the play that Chris Snyder was hurt on. The ball came off the stands. It came right out to Xavier Nady. And Chris tried to put his foot over the tag of Ryan Roberts. Back to the bench.
Lower back pain.
He's definitely in some discomfort. Three and 1 to Dusty Brown. Matt Diaz at first. And Brown takes a strike. Now the count full, and Diaz will run with the pitch. Matt Diaz represents the go-ahead run in the bottom of the 8th. Heilman's payoff. There goes Diaz, and Brown strikes out. So we'll go to the 9th inning, deadlocked at a run apiece at PNC Park. AGH Cam tells the story as the Pirates welcome in Joel Hanrahan to start the top of the 9th inning in a 1-1 game. Hanrahan hopes to put the hammer down here on the Arizona Diamondbacks.
They did last night. Very impressive. Base 3 batters. Strikeout, strikeout, pop out to first base. Done deal. The numbers. I just got to give credit to Jeff Mitchell down in the truck. Elementary, my dear Watson, after the second strikeout. Way to go, Mitch. Wish I'd have thought of it. Elementary.
You're not the only one. Xavier Nady takes a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Ball 1. He has struck out 3 times tonight. And he rolls one down to third and fair ground. Brandon Wood straightens up and throws him out. 1 down, top of the 9th inning. Sunday, the Pirates take on the Mets at 1:35. It's a kids' day. All kids 14 and under receive a Pirate Parrot Cruise for a Cure bobblehead thanks to Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Come early for the Family Fun Zone on Federal Street. Stay afterward. Kids get to run the bases thanks to H.K. Anderson Pretzels. For tickets, visit Pirates.com. Great giveaway again on Sunday on a kids' day. Pirates and Mets. Former Met Henry Blanco at the plate with 1 out. Fouls the first pitch back at 97.
So Mr. Mahalam, Mr. Duke, 13 innings between them, 1 run given up. Superb.
Well, in this duel, you scored a draw. Strike 2.
There's that slider that was so effective last night.
How far it drops.
Tough to hit.
Almost impossible. 0-2. Ground ball to short. Ronnie Cedeno throws him out. Ronnie, exceptional defensively. Passed Jack Wilson last night for the last Pirate to go 42 straight games. He's now gone 43, working on his 44th straight game without an error. And one of those games mixed in there was a start at second base. So you'd say 43 straight starts as not 43 straight, but 43 starts as a shortstop, and then 1 mixed in at second.
But he was charged with an error. Then they took it away.
They took it away. Pitch inside on the corner. Roberts down a strike.
More sliders from Joel.
Yeah, that was in Chicago. He got away with one, and then he did in a fielder's choice situation against the Phillies, threw a ball away, but you can't assume that double play, so he wasn't given an error. Nobody advanced on that play. So he's had a couple of close calls, but certainly you play for a month and a half without an error in Major League Baseball. Something special going on there defensively. 1-1 coming to Ryan Roberts. A little bit short.
That's what you call overthrowing the slider. Sometimes you just feel so strong and feel so good about a particular pitch. You're going to throw the fastball 600 miles an hour, or you're going to snap that slider off like nobody's ever thrown a slider before, and that's what Joel had in mind there, and that's what can happen when you overthrow.
Now it's 3-1. Hanrahan pitching on back-to-back nights. Picked up his 15th save and 15 tries last night. Best case scenario for Joel tonight would be a win. And he gets him to swing and miss.
Sometimes the real power guys, when they try to throw it through the wall, literally, you tighten up and your mechanics get a little out of whack. You're not quite as smooth, and you not only miss, but you don't throw it as hard. You relax that fluid motion, the body is with the arm, and you really get the extra jump on the fastball by not working so hard.
Got him. Strike 3. Hanrahan with a punch out and gets the Diamondbacks 3 in a row. Overbay, Cedeno, and Wood coming up.
But back in the fourth, with Lyle Overbay having been hit by a pitch, Ronnie Cedeno bounces it into the bullpen. If it stays in play, Lyle Overbay is going to score comfortably. As you see on the bottom part of your screen, it was going to be a run, easy run for the Pirates, but the Diamondbacks got the bounce. Overbay had to go back, did not score, and that kept the Pirates off the board and prevented them from adding on in the fourth inning. So here we are, 1-1, going to the bottom of the ninth. And Vasquez, who came in the bottom of the eighth to clean things up for the Diamondbacks last night after the Pirates had scored a quick 5 spot. He retired all 3 batters he faced, cleaned it up, but it was a little late in the Pirates with that comeback win last night. And here we are in the bottom of the ninth, 1-1.
Vasquez ended up inducing 2 ground balls and a flyout in succession to get 3 outs in a row. Overbay had the big hit last night in the 8th inning. Started off with a double here in the 2nd inning tonight. Hit by a pitch and struck out. He takes inside ball 1. So the Pirates hoping to win it in their final at bat.
Vasquez has given up 2 home runs in his 29 appearances. Vasquez, 24 appearances.
Paul Mulholland with an outstanding outing tonight through 6. Giving up just 1 hit.
Once again, the Diamondback outfielders extremely deep, spread out pretty much straight away, trying to protect the gaps. Leaves the corners.
2-1 to Lyle. Pretty good power bat and Overbay up, and then Cedeno and Wood, the 8-9 hitters, scheduled to go this inning. Facing Vasquez, who is on appeal of a 3-game suspension right now. And Overbay rolls it to the right side. Miranda gloves it, takes care of it for the first out. 3 unassisted goes the put out. Overbay is gone here in the 9th. The hit you just showed of Ronnie's, one of the deepest parts of the ballpark. He's got some occasional pop. Daniel with 2 home runs this year. One thing that the Pirates have told him to do, and he made an adjustment a month or so ago. Lift that front leg and let it fly. They basically go out there and told him to go out there and try to swing for the fence.
Yeah.
And it sort of leveled him out a little bit, and his average has continually climbed up. Granted, still hitting 240, but
the fence is
where it
still
was
safe. But yeah, he's had his share of knocks recently.
A 1-1 pitch coming from Esmerling Vasquez. 2-1. Buccos need a base runner. Get that winning run on. Brandon Wood waiting his turn. And Cedeno pops it up. This will be taken care of by the shortstop Stephen Drew. 2 down. So Cedeno done here in the bottom of the 9th inning. 2 away from Brandon Wood. He homered Saturday night. And there were a lot of witnesses. The largest crowd ever to see a Pirates game. 39,441 here at the PNC Park. Were on hand when Wood hit his first home run as a Bucco. Takes high for ball 1. Wood trying to get over the Mendoza line. He's at 197. Jose Tabata on deck. He's got the hottest bat in the ballpark. 3 for 4. Esmerling Vasquez, 2-ball, no strike pitch. And Wood pops it up right side. Will it have enough to get into the seats? It will. Well, the front rows behind the Diamondbacks dugout. 2-1 to Brandon. Brandon getting some time at third base. Did not start the game. He came in when Paul Maholm was lifted after the 6th and replaced Josh Harrison defensively there. Two-one to Wood. And he bangs a single to center field. And the Pirates have the winning run aboard. Jose Tabata, 3 hits, a single in the first inning while the sun was still shining. Then in the third, another knock. This one straight up the middle. He'd come around to score the Pirates' only run. Then in the 7th, another base hit. He's been wearing out the middle of the field.
Yeah, the mound's going to be flat. He has about 5 more at bats tonight.
You want him to have 5 more at bats tonight?
That would be very interesting.
I'd like him to have this one, and that's it. If the Pirates can win it. For Jose at the plate, Garrett Jones has grabbed the bat. He's come out on deck.
Let's see if we can phrase it in a good way, in a nice way. Brandon Wood does not have blinding speed.
1-0, and Tabata fouls it off. Brandon Wood would win it if he can cross home plate. 1-1 to Jose. And he lifts one up in the air to right center. Justin Upton getting underneath it. We've got some bonus baseball heading your way from PNC Park as we go to extra innings. The 10th inning's next, 1-1. All season long, Jack Luke's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. 1-1 the scores. We go to the top half of the 10th inning. And talking about wild, tomorrow's starter, Jeff Karstens, after the 9th ended, taking a walk out to the bullpen, Steve.
Well, sometimes you worry about tomorrow. You got a ball game on the line here. Jeff Karstens not completely unfamiliar with work out of the Pirate bullpen. So we'll see how that plays out. It would be nice for Daniel Moskos, the current Pirate pitcher coming in after Joel Hanran, to try to get it done and get a run, and you won't have to worry about Jeff warming up. But it's been a night of a whole lot of pitching, a hot night for pitchers. Zach Duke and Paul Maholm doing great work. The bullpens have it now. And here we are, Pirates 2-2, extra inning, work. The Diamondbacks 4-2, so we'll see how it plays out.
And you go back to Ronnie Cedeno's double over the wall into the bullpen. If that just hit the wall, we're out of here by now.
Well, yeah, you never know if it's going to play out the same way, but it sure would be nice to look back on that, have that run scored, and we'd be in our cars.
Daniel Moscas delivers a strike to Kelly Johnson. Moscas 1-0. Pitch on the way. That one misses. 1 ball and 1 strike. So as far as the career leaders in wins at PNC Park, my guess is Paul Maholm's going to run away with that because he pitches here. As Zach Duke won't get his 32nd win, neither will Paul here at this ballpark.
And neither one of them hit another home run, so they're still tied with that.
They are. They're still tied with you and Bob Walker. A number of home runs in the career with 1.
Mine was a 3-run shot like Zach's.
That's who pops it up and out of play. Yeah, you were just a run producer.
No shame.
No, you were a solid run producer in that number 9 spot in the order. Solid numbers for Paul Maholm tonight.
He was. Talking it over with Kevin Correa. Keep it right there, Daniel. See if we can get a point in the bottom of the 10th. Get your W. Pitcher number 6. Maholm, Resop, Veras, Watson, Hanrahan. Solo scoreless inning with a strikeout, and now Moscas.
Two pulled foul. Moscas ended up with his first major league win on Friday. When Jeff Karstens and Cole Hamels started, it was a 2-1 win, a walk-off win for the Pirates. Right place, right time for Daniel Moscas to pick up his first major league W.
Those gorgeous, gorgeous hats. Well, they were part of a championship year. That's all right.
2-2. Be 2-2 again. Kelly Johnson. Pinch hit in the 8th inning, walked, and has scored the Diamondbacks' only run. He has since gone on to out to second base defensively. The regular starter at second. Kirk Gibson trying to get a number of right-handed bats in there against Maholm tonight, so the left-handed hitting Johnson didn't start. There's a ground ball toward the middle and a base hit. And the Diamondbacks, with nobody out, have the go-ahead man on.
Well, here we go. Let the games begin. Have to pinch hit for Vasquez.
So it'll be Ian Kennedy. Kennedy will hit for the pitcher, Smerling Vasquez. Kennedy last year with Arizona. Prior to that, with the Yankees.
Pirates expecting the bunt. Looks like they're going to get the attempt.
Ball 1 to Kennedy. Kennedy hasn't been tearing it up with the bat recently. Ready for the bunt and the pitch. And he missed it for a strike.
The jab. See, you don't want to really jab at the ball when you're bunting. You want to kind of let the ball come to you. Soft hands, even with this kind of an attempt.
Right back to the pitcher. Moscas looks at second. He'll take the out at first.
And again, you have to be sure, but that ball got to Daniel pretty quickly. Can we freeze it where he picks up the ball and find the runner right. See, that's a questionable decision. Actually, he got that ball framed before we stopped it, so consideration. He took what he thought was a safe play.
And that moves Kelly Johnson into scoring position with the potential go-ahead run. Stephen Drew came up with the RBI single in the 8th to get Johnson in the first time.
You don't need to see that act again.
Ball 1.
You mentioned that Kirk Gibson all of a sudden went to the left-hand hitters, and the Pirates using their second and last left-hander out of the bullpen. So if they survive Daniel Moscas and this thing continues, he will see right-hand pitching for his lefties.
Down the left field line and into the seats.
Mosco is still unscored upon after 9 innings. Big league work, 4 hits. Just 3 strikeouts, 4 walks. I'm not the power guy, but it doesn't matter if you're putting zeros up.
Splits on righties and lefties there on Drew. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Moscas checks Johnson at second base. And Drew swings and misses. Moscas, a youngster, first time in the big leagues this year. He was called up at the beginning part of the season and then sent back to Indianapolis and brought back. So 2 stints here in Pittsburgh for Moscas. And a 1-2 on the way. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Drew has had a hit in 5 straight games for the Diamondbacks, hitting safely in 8 of his last 10. Micah Owings and J.J. Putz. And there's a base hit. Coming around third is Johnson, and the Pirates have surrendered the lead.
And they're giving up 90 more feet. Ball is bobbled in center field. Stephen Drew doing it.
And Andrew McCutchen charged with an error. So the combination of Drew and Johnson have given the Diamondbacks the lead. And the error here, as McCutchen can't pick it up, and the runner moves from first to second.
They will walk Mr. Upton.
Justin Upton will go to first. They'll get the forced play on and hope they can get a ground ball out of Chris Young and get out of the inning.
I don't know who it is in the Diamondbacks bullpen, but I'm guessing it's J.J. Putz, their closer. He has 17 saves. Is that the league lead? Got to be close to it. We've got pages of paper that will tell us that.
Leo Nunez of Florida with 19. And the Spider-Man Craig Kimbrell of Atlanta with 18. So Stephen Drew gives the Diamondbacks the lead with his second hit. A little thing like that cost him 90 feet.
You don't want to be looking at a 2-run deficit. 1's bad enough.
Top of the 10th, and the Diamondbacks have struck.
2 runs on 4 hits. Drew has 2 of them, and he came into the ball game in the 8th inning.
Upton 0 for 2. He's walked and been hit by a pitch, and Ray Searage will come on for a visit. Well, Moskos in a tough spot. I mean, the bullpen tonight with Veras losing the lead in the 8th inning. Now Moskos giving up the lead here in the 10th. It was a 1-0 game in the 8th when the duo of Drew and Johnson produced a run. That's why we're here in extra innings. Now Daniel McCutchen up again. The Pirates have Joel Hanrahan's spot coming up first in the 10th, so there'll be a pinch hitter there. More than likely Garrett Jones, and then Andrew McCutchen and Neil Walker. They not only will try to make up for this run, but whatever else they need to do. Try to win the ball game. 2 on and 1 out. Moskos delivering to Chris Young. That's a strike. Chris Young faced Tony Watson the first time Tony got to pitch in the big leagues, and he struck out Young last time.
Yes, you did.
Moskos 0-1 delivery coming. It's for ball, 1-1. Young had the solo home run last night in the 8th. He's got a 5-game hitting streak after getting a base hit in the 4th. Runners out first and second, and the 1-1. And this one is hammered to center field. Going back, McCutchen. He is at the track and makes the catch. Drew will tag and go from second to third. There are 2 men out now in the Arizona 10th.
And I'm glad that ball was hit straight away, because that was caught right to the left of the 399 sign. There's a lot of parts of this ballpark that would not have held that ball. Hit it straight away, got a lot of it, but wrong direction. Andrew was able to get back there and get it.
So now there are runners at the corners for the left-handed hitting first baseman Juan Miranda. 4 for 4 last night. He is 0 for 4 tonight.
Leave him there, Daniel, and give the Pirates a legitimate chance in the bottom of the 10th.
First run Moskos has given up as a big leaguer has come tonight. Juan Miranda played some pretty good defense too. You go back to that 8th inning where McCutchen lined one, looked like it was going into left, and Stephen Drew came up with a diving stab, and then Neil Walker hit one down the first base line. Might have been a foul ball, but still you saw Miranda lay out for it, make a great diving play. Back-to-back diving stabs, and a ground ball past the mound. Charging is Walker. He's got to flip quickly, and he got him. So the run given up. Pirates down a run, going to the bottom half of the 10th inning. Can they do it? You're watching Root Sports. Diamondbacks lead in an extra innings. Pirates 2-2. Arizona's 4-2. And they will go to their closer here, J.J. Putz.
Came up with Seattle and had a 40-save season for the Mariners in 2007. Nady moves from left to first base, and Parra takes over in left field.
Gerardo Parra out there for defensive purposes. And here is Putz.
Giving up a couple of home runs. He's been very, very tough. Again, a lot of years with Seattle, then came over to the Mets for a half an hour, and then spent last year with the Chicago White Sox. Worked 60 appearances, 2.83 ERA, wasn't their closer.
So Xavier Paul will bat for Moskos, and hopefully he can ignite a little bit of a fire here. So Paul, then McCutchen and Walker, the scheduled hitters. Hanrahan was inserted after Veras in that second spot when Josh Harrison was lifted. A double switch in the 7th that put Brandon Wood in the 9 spot, playing third base. So Veras, Hanrahan, Moskos, and now Paul hitting in the 2nd spot after Josh Harrison. 0-1 pitch. And Paul pounds it foul. He's behind 0-2. A tough break for the Pirates in the 10th. Kelly Johnson leadoff single. He came around to score. 2 hits in the inning, 1 run. Kirk Gibson might be wondering why he didn't have his regular shortstop at second baseman in there tonight, since they came in the 8th inning and have provided both Arizona runs. Inside, 1 ball, 2 strikes to Xavier Paul. Paul's combined numbers between the Dodgers and the Pirates, 292, 2 triples, no homers, and 6 runs batted in.
Paul Maholm still hanging in there with his ball club. Great job tonight. Anyway, with another no decision.
Up high, 2-2.
A lot of other folks hanging in, hoping for the comeback by the Pirates here in the bottom of the 10th.
Battling Bucks hope to battle back here again tonight. Did it last night. Can they do it again tonight? Got a tough customer on the hill. J.J. Putz. Nobody out, nobody on. 2 ball, 2 strike pitch coming from the big right-hander. And Paul fouls it off, hangs a line. Paul was struggling as a pinch hitter. He had been 0 for 14 at one point before the road trip in New York. And in New York, came in as a pinch hitter, got a base hit. And stayed in the ball game, got another hit late in the game against the Mets. And helped the Pirates win one. Barrett hoping he can go out to the stand where the flag is and get that thing up on the pole later. And a swing and a miss, and Xavier Paul strikes out to start the bottom half of the 10th. Let's look in the 8th. McCutchen drives one there, and Stephen Drew lays out. Now Juan Miranda the other way. Would have been a foul ball, but instead of it being just a strike on Neil Walker, it turns into an out.
Back to back, Leather.
Pitch to McCutchen. Takes a strike. Walker hoping he can drive McCutchen in. Andrew tonight a base hit in the 1st inning. Sacrifice fly on RBI in the 3rd. Reached on an error in the 5th. And then you just saw the line out in the 8th. 1 for 3. What's McCutchen looking for here?
Well, just anything to get on the base paths. You can think about a possible stolen base just to avoid that second out.
But staying low and away to McCutchen.
need a base runner, and preferably a base runner with speed. Find that in the person of Andrew McCutchen.
Here comes the 2-1. 3-1. Putz, who struck out Xavier Paul to start the inning, now falls behind McCutchen. Bottom of the 10th inning, 1 out. Pirates with 10 hits, the Diamondbacks with 4. Stephen Drew has half of them. And McCutchen down the right field side. And that is going to be a fair ball. McCutchen will go around first and into second. That'll be a ground rule double.
Boy, and if that had bounced around in the corner, you got visions of 3 in your head, but hey, we'll take what we got. We got that base runner. Not only got him, but we got him in scoring position. And we got the guy we wanted with a good speed. Found the right field corner. What a great camera angle this is.
Hitting fair and bounced over the small fence there and went out up onto the ramp that leads to the players' parking garage.
Well, Neil, why don't you just go ahead and run into one and just light this building up?
Bucco still battling here in the 10th. Tying run in scoring position. Winning run at the plate.
And again, the Diamondbacks playing deep in the outfield. That's a go sign for Nick Leyva. Any base hit to the outfield.
Strike call.
Strike zone, showing that, yep, got a piece.
Oh, 0-1 to Walker. 1 ball, 1 strike. There's Mr. and Mrs. Walker, Tom and Carolyn.
Boy, you agonize over your kids whether they're playing Little League or they're playing in the big leagues.
Here comes the 1-1 to Neil Walker from J.J. Putz. Low 2-1. Very interested party looking on. Henry Blanco wants a word with the big Arizona closer. Well, nail biting time right now. Bottom of the 10th inning of a 2-1 game. Great speed at second base.
Deacon Rob
out in the crow's nest. Hoping this thing turns out well for the Pirates. Post-game show, the conclusion of this one. 2-1. And that one's up the middle, a base hit. Here comes McCutchen. And the ball game is tied. And the Pittsburgh kid comes up with a big hit in the bottom of the 10th. 2-2. Dad loves it.
Yep. So there's several thousand people who have hung around tonight. See a good baseball game that has yet to be decided. Hard hit just under the glove of J.J. Putz. Garrett Jones, can you find another gap like you did before? Last night he got it started. Can he finish it tonight?
High five from Mom and Dad. Garrett Jones. Swing and a miss.
Oh.
Swinging for the Allegheny River.
Yep.
Pinch hitting 3 out of 9. Jones lit the fuse last night in the 8th inning, coming on as a pinch hitter with a double. It was the first of back-to-back doubles. Tabata followed that up to score Jones. The first of 5 runs. 1 out and the 0-1 pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pirates with the winning run on base in a 2-2 game in the 10th.
And once again, deep in the outfield, a little flare could get you, Neil Walker, over to third base comfortably, even if you don't square it up.
You hope Jones is able to make contact. A swing and a miss there. He's been struggling lately for the most part. His average down to 232, but again, the big hit last night showing signs of coming out of it.
You talked about a struggle to get runs. The Pirates now have 12 hits and a couple runs, but they're still in this baseball game. Hang in there, Garrett.
1 ball and 2 strikes. The pitch. And Jones swings and strikes out. So gets him here in the 10th. Neil Walker getting it done with 1 out after McCutcheon's double.
He likes it. Silverio likes it. Paul Mahalam likes it. Fans liking it. Everybody liking it. What's not to like?
Everybody getting up for that one. Now here in the 10th inning, it'll be up to Dusty Brown. Brown is 0 for 3 tonight since taking over for Chris Snyder in the 3rd. Right there, if Neil can find a way to score, Dusty can get him across or at least move him over. Overbay's on deck. 2 down, so Brown's got to get a base hit in order to get Walker over 1 station and maybe to 3rd. There goes Walker with a steal, and the pitch fouled off. Pirates trying to get Walker into scoring position with 2 down. Now a 1-1 count on Brown. I think he had a nice jump, Steve.
He is underway 5-6 steps before the ball is released. I think he had a little minor spin out getting things underway, but was well underway by the time the Diamondbacks pitcher released the baseball.
One coming to Dusty Brown. And throw over to first.
Courtesy call.
Just to let him know he's there. No, I know you're there. Brown for 10 years, a Boston Red Sox farmhand. Spent a little bit of time with the big club. Long pause, now the pitch. It's up, check swing, and he did not go.
So could be a possible reunion of sorts for Dusty when the Red Sox come into town.
I talked about that the other day, and we were in New York. Knows that pitching staff very well. He could be a good resource. Pirates get the rally cap out. There goes Walker. The no throw. Neal's got a stolen base.
Okay.
But now the winning run in scoring position, and Brown with a base hit can win it.
3-1 count.
Walker, stolen base number 3. Certainly these games are exciting with the Buccos this year. Coming right down to the end.
They've done some good late game work, and now they'll have to shorten up somewhat. Actually a good bit in the outfield. They might have to make a throw.
Brown, a ground ball to short. Drew handles it, throws on to first base, and we're going to the 11th. So the Pirates tie it and extend the game. On to the 11th inning at PNC Park. Pirates 2, D-backs 2. Single, his 40th run batted in of the year. 2-2 as we go to the 11th inning. Extra innings on Root Sports are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Daniel McCutchen comes in to pitch for the Pirates here in the 11th inning. Xavier Paul stays in the game in right field. He'll stay in the number 2 spot. McCutchen inserted in the 5-hole. So that's how the double switch works out. Is McCutchen 1-1. ERA of 2.03. 14 strikeouts to 6 walks on the year. So it'll be up to McCutchen trying to shut down the Diamondbacks. Nady will lead off, followed by Blanco and Roberts. 6, 7, and 8 in the Arizona order. Along with Steve Blass, I'm Tim Neverett. Glad you were along here tonight. Lacey Collins with us as well. We'll bring you extra innings baseball on Root Sports. And for Daniel McCutchen, he's got his own shutdown operation in mind here. And the Pirate bats in the bottom of the 11th would be Overbay, Cedeno, and Woods, 7, 8, 9. Xavier Nady will take ball 1 low.
Clint Hurdle going to the well. Pitcher number 7.
Well, the guy on the left, you got to turn your hat inside out. Bottom of the inning. Get those rally caps going. Whatever it takes. If you think it works, it does. That's how it is in baseball. Might not mean anything, but you turn your hat inside out, the team gets a winning run, and great. Do it again the next time. 1-1 to Xavier Nady. Up in the air to shallow right center field. Here comes Andrew McCutchen on the run. Oh, can't make the play. Xavier Paul backing up, and the Diamondbacks have a man in scoring position with nobody out. Well, that ball died as it came into right center. McCutchen trying to make one of those patented sliding catches. Couldn't come up with it this time.
Great effort, but it bounces off the glove and gets far enough away. And with Xavier Paul coming over, he had to reverse his field. And Xavier Nady sees the whole thing as he's rounding first base, and his good base running instincts take him into second base. AGH camp giving you the whole picture.
And now the job from Daniel McCutchen gets tougher. Double number 8 for Nady. And Henry Blanco at the plate. Blanco 0 for 3. Pirates expecting the bunt. Blanco squares, and the hunting mission discovers that he is bunted. McCutchen turned and faced Nady. Nady probably not a threat to steal third here, so he's just kind of seeing what the Diamondbacks had up their sleeves. Now Blanco puts the bunt down in fair territory. It'll go foul. Back to second goes Nady. Back to the plate. Blanco, that'll be strike 1.
And Daniel bouncing off the pitcher's mound just in case he has to get involved.
You're going to like your chances with Daniel McCutchen on the mound fielding something like this, because he is one of the quickest athletes on the field right now.
Like that ball hit on the dirt, because if it hits on the grass, it's got a chance of dying there, but the spin takes effect off the dirt and turns it back into foul territory.
0-1. This time Blanco lets it go. Ball 1. 1-1. We're here in the top of the 11th inning. Henry hasn't sacrificed in a while. Been almost 2 full seasons since he's been asked to lay one down. 39-year-old Henry Blanco.
This is the 11th inning. These are desperate times.
Got you taking care of a shoot. Well, the Pirates battled back in the bottom of the 10th to tie it. 1-1 pitch is poked to right field. Xavier Nady going to try to turn third. He'll hold there. And Xavier Paul able to get that ball into Lyle Overbay, but Nady held with nobody out by third base coach Matt Williams.
So he doesn't get the bunt down, but he gets the base hit. This is pretty much what the Pirates did in the 8th inning last night with was it Harrison not able to get the bunt down, got a base hit.
Xavier Paul with a pretty good arm.
Well, no reason to take a risk. You've got runners first and third, nobody out. You're really in business. You're set up perfectly.
Ryan Roberts becomes the key batter. If McCutchen can get him here without either runner moving up, a double play would be in order. Infield is in. And a ground ball. Foul back of Roberts. Hit it directly behind him. Struck out his last time up in the 9th. He has struck out twice tonight. He's hit 2 balls to the outfield, to right field in the 3rd inning, and to left field in the 5th. Infield drawn in. 1st and 3rd Diamondbacks. 2-2 game in the top of the 11th. Roberts takes a close one for a ball.
Well, you're looking for a miracle here. Very few occasions when a team has runners on 1st and 3rd, nobody out, that they don't score.
1-1. Now it's 2-1, and McCutchen falls behind. Well, the play you want right here, Steve, is a line drive that's near third base.
Yep.
Wood catches it, steps on the bag. Blanco falls down somewhere. They throw to first to get out of the inning.
Well,
that's how you draw it up if you could.
If you're talking in the subject of miracles, yeah.
2 strikes now to Roberts.
I'll settle for a strikeout.
That'd be a good start. Ryan Roberts started the game at third base. Second base, beg your pardon. Started at third last night, but then has moved over to third since Kelly Johnson has entered. Both Johnson and Stephen Drew coming in the 8th inning for Arizona. 2-2 the score, and the 2-ball, 2-strike pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3.
Well, a nice job by Daniel, because he worked him inside, and really got his attention in there, and then went away and got the swing at the bad pitch. That strikeout was set up by previous pitches inside the strike zone. He was inside with those pitches, went back out, set it up beautifully. Well, step 1 of the Miracle Network.
Now McCutchen has to face Kelly Johnson.
Yeah, not the real Miracle Network. We know what that's all about, but good work by Daniel.
Johnson scored both Diamondback runs, and he lifts this one foul out of play down the left field side. 0-1 to Kelly Johnson. Walked and scored in the 8th, singled and scored in the 10th. Driving him in both times, Stephen Drew. There's a couple of hitters away.
And these are the kind of situations where you do nibble. You're trying to make perfect pitch after perfect pitch to keep the ball in the infield. And many times you don't want your pitcher nibbling, but you've got to make some perfectas here.
That's strike 2.
Okay, now he's in another situation where, yeah, you're thinking strikeout, but boy, Dusty Brown, be on your toes, because you got a couple free rides here to try to get him to chase something nasty and out of the strike zone.
Xavier Nady, a leadoff double off the glove of a sliding Andrew McCutchen out in short right center field, and then Henry Blanco, a poke to right, got Nady from second to third. So the go-ahead run is at third base for Arizona. And Daniel McCutchen hoping to induce a strikeout here, perhaps. 0-2. And it's fouled off.
Worked him out of way that time. Would he dare to come down and in and try to get him to chase something? Chances are you're thinking downstairs. You don't want to give him a chance to get the ball out of the infield. And there again, Dusty Brown, there's heat on him. You've got to block anything downstairs. As the count remains 0-2. Still very possible to try to get him to chase something real bad. There you go. Good job, Dusty.
1-2 now to Kelly Johnson. Johnson with 12 home runs. He hit one last night in the opener. His first at bat.
Now you've shown him some stuff downstairs. Do you try when you got him thinking downstairs, visually looking down there, to maybe try to surprise him with a high fastball?
See what he comes up with here.
Nope. Still staying down.
Kept it downstairs. Here in extra innings, Pirates trying to hold down Arizona. 1 out, 2 on. And a ground ball to first. Overbay goes to second for one. Back to first. Double play.
How about that? 3-6-3. Daniel McCutchen. You're the man. You're the man.
Pirates get it done. The twin kills started by Lyle Overbay on the bouncer hit down to him by Kelly Johnson. There's the first one. There's the second one.
Great feed to the shortstop. That creates the opportunity for him to be comfortable at first base on the throw back. And what a job by Daniel McCutchen.
McCutchen does the job on the hill
did he
and spoils the leadoff double by Xavier Nady.
Got the big strikeout and then the double play. Great feed by Overbay and then a great return. And Daniel, knowing he's got a chance, get over there, but now get out of the way. Stay out of the way. What a job. What a job.
The former Oklahoma Sooner likes it a lot. Now Overbay trying to do it with a bat here. Facing the sweeping curveball of Joe Patterson.
Big roundhouse curveball. This is a Rule 5 acquisition from the Giants that made the opening day roster for the D-backs.
And how's that curveball look? He comes from Laredo way out.
Oh, yeah,
the side.
That's the big roundhouse curveball. That'll lock up his share of left-hand batters when it's working, but he has missed with the first two.
Overbay will
miss there.
Watch that strike fall in.
Little floater at 70 miles an hour.
Overbay, a 2-1 count. And that one catches the inside part of the plate. Now it's even at 2-2.
Yeah, he really picked up the velocity there, 71 miles an hour.
Yeah. Adding and subtracting.
We see a fastball, 4 straight curveballs. 2 missed, 2 made it.
And Overbay strikes out.
5 straight.
Not the at bat he had hoped for. And now a couple of right-handers coming up, but Patterson won't get to see him. Kirk Gibson's coming out to get him. He was just out there to face Overbay. So pitching change for the Diamondbacks. They'll come up with a right-on-right matchup here as Ronnie Cedeno gets set to come in and swing the bat. On the 15-day DL now, strained flex in the right arm. Yankees losing to Boston for the second straight night. Red Sox are taking over the lead in the AL East. Matt Cain for the Giants, a complete game winner over the Nationals. They win it 3-1. 11 strikeouts for Cain. Derek Lowe, 6 in the third hitless innings against the Marlins. Braves would win it 3-2. And the Cardinals and Royals, for that series, they're dedicating funds to the relief efforts in Joplin, Missouri. Tornado victims there. And Micah Owings is on to face Cedeno in the bottom half of the 11th inning of a 2-2 game. Owings not only known for his pitching arm, but he's a regular hitter.
Getting a little low on personnel as we move along here.
Just the left-hander Zach Kroenke remaining in the Diamondbacks bullpen along with David Hernandez. Not sure if Hernandez is available tonight or not. Up and in, 2-1 to Ronnie. For the Pirates, everybody's pitched with the exception of Evan Meek, who was more than likely unavailable after going an inning and 2/3 last night. Jeff Karstens had gone out there. And Cedeno up in the air to right field. That's drifting into foul ground. And it is caught. How do you like that? Xavier Nady.
The long arm of the law.
Reaches into the stands and takes a foul ball back for an out.
Got to give him credit. He certainly didn't quit on the play. Have to extend as far as I originally thought. He stayed with it, made a good play.
He said, "Get out of my kitchen, kid."
That's my baseball.
I think he scared him away. It's an intimidating look to kids. Brandon Wood. There's one toward the gap, and that'll fall for a hit. And the Pirates with a winning run aboard. 2 outs in the 11th.
A couple of hits for Brandon.
His last one came in the bottom of the 9th inning. Now Jose Tabata at the plate. Pirates have had 2 walk-off wins. Jose Tabata has had both hits this year. 62 walk-off victories at PNC Park, by the way. Looking for a 63rd. Bottom of the 11th, 2 down. Quick throw to first base, and Wood falls back to the bag. Tabata takes a ball. This is also one of those games where the personnel stands. You hope you don't have to see a position player get used. The Pirates have put Jeff Karstens in the pen as an insurance policy against that. Again, he's tomorrow's starter, but like we talked about earlier, Steve, this is one of those games where you worry about tonight, and tomorrow. Strike one to Jose.
Especially after you've gone this far down the road to commit. It's to be a vendetta.
Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and Tabata takes it high. Two and one to Jose. Brandon Wood aboard at first base. Micah Owings gets his sign, ready to go now. Diamondbacks right-hander throws to first instead. Drawing some boos. Saw a lot of pitching tonight. I see a lot of managing going on tonight. A strike call, 2-2. Jose thought it was high.
Well, let's take a look. Strike zone showing that it caught plenty of the strike zone.
2 outs. The 2-ball, 2-strike pitch from Micah Owings. It was fouled away. Now, we go back to Friday night against Philadelphia. It was the 12th inning when Tabata hit one off the glove of Chase Utley out into right field. And the X Factor came across to score. Second walk-off hit this year for Jose Tabata. Like to get a third. 2-2. Foul straight back.
But Owens really trying to get in on the handle. Just 87 miles an hour, but way in tight. And Jose in a 2-strike situation really can't afford to be rung up without taking a whack at it. Good pitches to take. Especially when you're kind of up on the plate. Because pitches might not be as far in as we think, as evidenced by the strike zone. Okay. Start up the merry-go-round with one rider.
That'll fill it up so Wood can get on the move. A gap shot might score him. If it goes to the wall. Three balls, 2 strikes. Owings set. Now the payoff pitch to Jose Tabata. Will wait. Trying to catch Wood leaning early. Xavier Paul on deck, hoping for an opportunity. And again, the 3-2 set. Now the payoff. And Tabata, base hit to center. Wood's going to turn second. Coming to third base. And the winning run 90 feet away. Jose Tabata with a 4-hit night.
Well, all kind of possibilities now with a man on third. Error, wild pitch, pass ball, balk, all kind of things that you don't have available if he's only at second base. So on the move, comfortably over to third base. Now Charles Nagy is going to come out and talk to Micah Owings. He's thrown 3 wild pitches.
That's the guy right there who can win it. Second career 4-hit game for Jose Tabata. Also this year he had a 4-gamer on the 15th of April at Cincinnati against the Reds. Everybody up now.
All kind of possibilities. All kind of possibilities.
Xavier Paul just hoping to find some open grass somewhere. 2 men out. Bottom of the 11th inning. Both teams walking the tightrope here. And a swing and a miss. Xavier Paul needs to make some contact here. Come up with a base hit. Struck out in his only plate appearance tonight. Runners off the corners. And Micah Owings 0-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. They get bat for the Pirate right fielder. Well, you better take a picture. Might get something special here.
Well, somebody's going to win this thing. Get her done right here.
And this one up in the air to short left center. This will be caught by Gerardo Parra, and we are on to the 12th at PNC Park. So a chance to win it for the Pirates gone by the boards for now, as we'll continue in extra innings. In Pittsburgh, 88 degrees at game time, and it's been a little interesting night here. 2-2 are in the top of the 12th inning. Xavier Paul had an opportunity and popped out to left. Brandon Wood, the winning run at third base. So we go on to the 12th, and Gerardo Parra, who has not had a plate appearance tonight, entered as a defensive replacement in left field. And Xavier Nady came into first. Daniel McCutchen remains on, needs another good inning.
Funny numbers, 4 runs on 20 hits, 22 runners left on base between these two teams tonight.
Parra bounces that one foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, it seemed a long time ago when good friends Paul Maholm and Zach Duke started the game against one another. And that story has since been told. Neither will come up with a decision in this one. This game belongs to the bullpens. 1-1 to the right side, and that's a base hit. Just out of the reach of the glove of Neil Walker. Leadoff single, and with nobody out, the go-ahead runner is on.
There you see it.
It's amazing to see those blades of grass come up and hit him in the face. AGH cam is something else.
Got another bunt coming up.
Stephen Drew, who has driven in both Arizona runs. McCutcheon ready to go. He'll throw to first instead, and Parra dives back. Diamondbacks got a run in the 10th. After the game was tied at 1. Pirates got a run in the 10th, making it a 2-2 game. Diamondbacks had a leadoff double from Xavier Nady and a hit by Henry Blanco to follow that up. First and third with nobody out. And a strikeout by McCutcheon of Ryan Roberts, and you get Kelly Johnson to hit into a double play.
And Stephen Drew wondering where that pitch was. It could be called a strike, but it is. He's behind in the count 0-1. No sign of a bunt attempt there.
0-1. Inside, 1-1. McCutcheon trying to come way inside on Drew. Stephen Drew checking down at third base with third base coach Matt Williams, who just went through a long series of signs. He's a good third baseman. Throw to first again.
We were talking at the beginning of the ball game, which was 2 weeks ago, about the Diamondbacks coming into this series last night wanting to do a lot of running. Now you wonder, these teams are going to have to push a little bit as we go later and later, just to take the chance to get people in scoring position, because you're running out of players. And the Pirates well aware of that, trying to keep a close eye at first base.
Well, Parra has 4 steals to his credit. He has yet to be thrown out. Gerardo Parra at first.
It gets down to cases like this, you're liable to send anybody.
A strike on the corner. And McCutcheon gets ahead 1 and 2.
Stephen Drew not any happier about that call than he was on the first pitch. Okay.
Well,
1 ball, 2 strikes, regardless of the chart.
It's getting late early. Guess you better swing if you go up there. Here's the 1-2. Andrew pulls this one foul. You ever notice that, Steve, when you were pitching in a game, late in the game, when strike zone got a little wider?
Well, no, I really wasn't in the game late.
You were a couple of times.
Yeah, well,
more than a couple of times.
I don't know.
How many complete games did you have again?
Well, a bunch, but
a lot. You know the number.
Well, I'm talking about the umpires now. I know the exact number and what dates they've heard.
Barometric pressure.
But no, I think the umpires play it pretty straight. I really do. I just ultimate respect for baseball officials. I would stack them up against any other group of professional officials.
It's hard to do. They do it every night. Swing and a miss, and down on strikes goes Stephen Drew. Well, the umpires do it every single night. In the other sports, they don't. They get nights off in between. Football's once a week.
Wow, look at the downward action on that pitch. Well done by Daniel. He gets a very important first out. The Diamondbacks decide not to try to move the runner to second base, give up the out.
Force play in effect now with 1 down. Parra the runner at first base. Justin Upton, number 3 hitter in the order, does not have a hit in the game. However, he has reached base 3 times. He walked in the first, was hit by a pitch in the 8th by Jose Veras, and then intentionally walked in the 10th. 0 for 2. He's flying to left twice. 0-1 to Justin Upton. Pretty nice pickup by Dusty Brown.
Well, Dusty has done a good job. He came in for Snyder early in the ball game when Chris hurt his back going into second base. He had the responsibility of having to handle a bunch of different pitchers, different deliveries, different ball action, different ball movement.
Look at Parra. Wants to keep Parra right where he is at first base.
You've got to. You've got to do everything you can to prevent him from getting 90 feet.
Not worried about staying up late on a school night this time of the year. Kids getting out this week for the most part. Some already out. Expect to see more kids at the ballpark here in the coming days.
Yep. A lot more opportunities here. The homestand continues. One more game with the Diamondbacks, 4 with the Mets before the Pirates go back out on the road.
She might be texting you tomorrow's question.
I don't have any answers. Too late.
Upton to left field. And Jose Tabata will handle it. 3 times Upton has flied to left. 2 men away in the 12th inning. McCutchen and Walker in the pitcher spot due up in the bottom half of the 12th. It'll be Andrew McCutchen. Now Chris Young had a single in the 4th inning. He got the first hit off Paul Mulholland, the only hit off of Paul Mulholland. Paul pitched 1 hit shutout baseball through 6 before making way for Chris Wiesop, who pitched a perfect 7, striking out 2. And the plan didn't work with Jose Veras tonight. And Young takes ball 1. Veras ended up giving up the tying run in the 8th. Hanrahan came in the 9th, went 1-2-3 with a strikeout. Moskos ran into a little bit of trouble in the 10th, giving up his first run. To Young. There goes the runner Parra. Throw down by Dusty Brown is not there. High tag by Walker, and the foot got to the bag first. So with 2 outs, the Diamondbacks get the go-ahead run in scoring position.
Well, you figured at some point he's got to take off. Again, time's running out. Foot in on the base. Kind of overslides, but maintains contact.
5th stolen base for Gerardo Parra.
Well, Daniel McCutchen once again challenged to get a big out. He got a couple big outs on the double play last inning.
Dusty Brown wants to call time with the runner at second now. Signs may change. Neil Walker will come in as well to join the meeting. But a 2-0 pitch, and as a hitter, Chris Young is looking for something fat on a 2-0 count. How'd you used to change the signs with the guy at second?
Second sign. Didn't get it too
no, not too complicated,
not too tricky. And there have been very tricky combinations of signs and overly tricky.
2-0 to Young. That goes to the backstop, and now the go-ahead run 90 feet away. Got through the legs of Brown. And a wild pitch is charged to Daniel McCutchen.
Right through the wicket, and just not having either the glove or enough of the body in front.
And now they will walk Young to set up a force play with 2 down. And an intentional walk for Chris Young. 2 men on. Runners at the corners, 2 men out.
That's calling in the big guy right there. That's getting serious. I mean, it's a baseball game. You're in the 12th inning, but let's save that for bigger issues.
Sean Burroughs called upon to pinch hit. I'm sure if you're watching last night, you heard about the comeback story. Sean Burroughs out of baseball for 5 years. Back-to-back Little League World Series for Long Beach, California. His dad, Jeff, former big leaguer, the coach, and Sean, a star at that level. Also, Olympic gold medalist. Very highly touted prospect.
Mr. Parra trying to do everything he can to distract Daniel McCutchen, and hard to avoid seeing what he's doing, as Daniel's a right-hand pitcher looking right across at third base.
But how tough does this have to be for a guy like Burroughs, be out of baseball since 2007, and to come back at the big league level?
Not easy.
Down the left field side, Jose Taveda's got it. And nothing across for the Diamondbacks. Daniel McCutchen holds them for 2 straight innings. And Andrew McCutchen will lead off. He'll be followed by Neil Walker. Pirates trying to win it late. Chance right now for a run. Neil Walker got him one in the 10th inning. A one-out base hit after a ground rule double by McCutchen. He would come around to score to make it 2-2 and extend the game. His dad, Mom really enjoyed it. Neil certainly did too, getting a high five. First base coach Luis Silverio. And now McCutchen will lead off. He'll face a new pitcher, left-hander Zach Kroenke.
Brought up from AAA Reno, where he was 4-0, but had an ERA over 5.5. Is that just the Pacific Coast League? What happens with those kind of numbers?
Well, there are inflated ERAs
yep.
in that league because of the altitude in a lot of places you play.
Duke, Heilman, Vasquez, Putz, Patterson, Owings, and now Kroenke. Oh, he needs one.
Let's go back and see what happened last August 25th. Brad Lidge on the hill, and he was not lights out as McCutchen put his lights out. First walk-off home run 2 seasons ago, and the Jordan-esque touch of home plate. Can he do it again?
Slam dunk from the foul line. Doesn't have to do it all at once, but it sure would be fun.
The left-hander Kroenke facing Andrew McCutchen here, and he delivers a strike on the outside corner. Nothing in one to Kutch. Kroenke's pitch. That's upstairs. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, it's got to be a big advantage being the home team in an extra inning game. We have that last at bat. Ball 2. Couple of more hits tonight for Kutch. Another extra base hit. His 13th double of the year last time up. He now leads the team in that category. And a strike called, 2-2. So Andrew hasn't taken the bat off the shoulder, and he's got an even count. Trying to make Kroenke work here in the 12th. Each team has left 12 on base. Pirates with 14 hits, 7 for the Diamondbacks. Watch out down there, Lacey. Lacey Collins down there near the camera well. I'm not going to say that she ducked for cover. I'm going to say she tried to field it.
Oh, I bet she's got good hands. She could have handled that play if it got close to her.
She took part in the women's baseball clinic on Sunday and showed everybody up. 3-2. Neil Walker hoping for another opportunity. He did it in the 10th. First hit of the game. Andrew McCutchen dealing with Zach Kroenke first. Payoff pitch. And McCutchen hits it high and deep to left field. It's down the line. It is going. It is good! Oh, yeah! A walk-off! Andrew McCutchen, his second career walk-off winner.
Merry Christmas!
How do you like that?
Your Buccos, they will never work harder for a win than they worked tonight as they beat the Diamondbacks 3-2 walk-off fashion, and they get to 500.
30-30 after the first 60 games as Andrew McCutchen dials long distance.
Tucked it right inside the foul pole for the quick point and the knockout punch.
He thought it had a chance, and at one point he knew it. The battling Bucks. There it is. Home run. It took 4 hours and 6 minutes and 12 innings for this.
And that's okay. And that's okay.
Zach Kroenke serves up the home run.